Welcome to Sleepy Boring Ancients, a channel dedicated to boring long stories to help you fall asleep. Find a comfortable position and just relax. You are safe here. Let your thoughts drift like fine sand. Let your body settle. The world is calm. You are safe here. The hum is soft. You breathe with it. Now we begin. There is a long hall of stone. It is warm from old days. Light is low. Air is soft and still. The old ones sit with easy spines. Their hands rest on their knees. They do not speak much. They breathe, slow and even. You enter and feel their quiet. It moves like shade on water. You are safe here. An elder rises, calm and kind. His gaze is steady. His steps are light. He stops near you. He speaks in few words. You will sit. You will learn to be still. That is enough. He turns his palm. There is a round, soft green stone. It is small. It is smooth. It looks like it has held many hands. He places it in your palm. It is warm. The warmth spreads through your hand. It settles like a small sun at dawn. You breathe in. The warmth widens. You breathe out. The warmth stays. He nods once. Sit. You sit on a low mat. Hips heavy, spine easy, shoulders soft, jaw loose. Tongue rests behind teeth. The elder kneels beside you. He watches your breath, not your face. His nod is slight, but clear. You breathe in for a slow count. 1, 2, 3, 4. You pause like a calm pool. Just a moment. You breathe out. 4, 3, 2, 1. The green stone hums, faint and low. You feel it more than hear it. It hums where your skin meets its smooth round. It hums where your ribs meet your breath. He speaks again, softer now. Breath links to touch. Touch links to breath. Let both be simple. You nod. You need no more words. You breathe in. You feel the stone warm your palm. You breathe out. You feel the palm warm the stone. It is a small trade. It is kind. The hall is quiet. Others sit, wide and easy. They do not watch you. They share the same still air. The elder lifts one hand and points to the floor in front of you. Look not far. Look close. Let the eyes be soft. You lower your gaze. The stone fills your hand. Your hand fills your lap. Your lap rests on the earth. All of it is one bowl of quiet. You sit inside it. You do not try to do well. You do less. The stone teaches by warmth. It does not speak. It does not glow brighter. It simply stays. The elder touches the mat beside your knee. His finger moves in a small circle. Slow, even, round. He waits. You mirror the circle with your breath. In, round, hold, round, out, round, hold, round. The circle is not a command. It is a path that does not move. Your breath follows and returns. He nods again. You are doing less. That is right. He stands and steps behind you. His voice is near your left ear. Few words. You are safe here. You do not rise. You do not need to. He names the order with the fewest words. Silent order. Simple ways, soft flight. He does not explain. He lets the names rest like small stones on a shelf. You need no shelf. You have the one in your palm. You feel the stone's small weight. You notice the world grow quieter around it. It is not that sounds fade. It is that you do not reach for them. Your reaching stops. Your breath keeps moving. Your breath is simple. He says one more thing. Choose a name. A short one. A soft one. Not to call, but to soothe. You think of one that is not yours, yet fits like warm cloth. You let it sit at the back of your tongue. You do not say it. You let it hum with the stone. Breath links to touch. Touch links to name. Name links to breath. A small loop. It holds. You breathe in. The name is a faint thread. You breathe out. It lays flat. Over, under, over, under. You do not weave. It weaves. Your body becomes a quiet bowl. Your mind rests inside it. Thoughts drift. They are like small grains in clear water. They rise. They fall. They settle. You do not chase them. You do not push them down. They settle on their own, like sand. The elder moves away. You feel space widen where he stood. It is not empty. It is gentle. The old ones in the hall breathe. You match them without trying. The stone in your palm is steady heat. You are safe here. Your name rests in your chest now, not your tongue. It touches the breath as it passes. It does nothing else. The hall grows vague at the edges. The light is the same, but softer. Your spine is easy. Your hips are heavy. Your face is loose. The greenstone hum is low. It hums with your ribs. It hums with the floor. The elder's few words return like a far bell that never rings. Sit. Be still. That is enough. You sit. You are still. It is enough. As the breath steadies, the hall fades at the edges. Not gone, just thin. You remain in the middle. Warm, calm, held. The stone rests in your palm. Your palm rests on your lap. Your lap rests on the earth. You breathe. You are safe here. The opening is small and simple. It is a pause between breaths. It opens by not moving. You do not step. You allow, and the way begins. Sit with hips heavy, spine easy. Let the sit bones root, broad and plain. The mat accepts the weight and spreads it wide. Your lower belly softens like warm cloth. Your back rises without effort. It is not straight like a board. It is alive, long, and kind. The neck follows the curve and floats the head. The chin tips down a grain. The mouth rests. Shoulders soft, jaw loose. Let the shoulders fall away from the ears. Let the collarbones widen. Let the space behind the heart open like a small window. Your jaw loosens, and the tongue lies quiet. Tongue rests behind teeth. The tip touches the ridge so lightly you barely know. The rest of the tongue is a lake with no ripples. The face releases its grip on the eyes. Your gaze turns warm. The cheekbones lower half a thought. The brow becomes smooth stone. The elder notes small nods. He does not correct you with hands. He guides with presence. His breath is a lighthouse you do not need to see. You feel its rhythm, and you keep your own. Your hands rest on your thighs, palms open, fingers long and easy. They curve like leaves that forgot to hold. The stone sits in the right palm, warm, even, no edge. The left palm meets the air as if it were water, a slow tide between both hands. The body becomes a quiet bowl. The rim is the shoulders, easy and wide. The base is the pelvis, steady and kind. The spine is the stem that holds the bowl without strain. The mind rests inside it, not at the rim, not at the base, mid-bowl where things do not spill. Breath rises and falls like a calm tide in that space. You feel the ground meet you from below. You feel the sky meet you from above. You are the gentle middle, hips heavy, spine easy. A small sway appears, almost not there. It is not fidget. It is life finding center and staying near. The throat is a hollow reed. Air moves through without noise. The chest is a bell that is never struck. It vibrates with being. The belly is a field after rain, soft, dark, ready. The elder's eyes follow the length of your spine. He nods when the crown floats. He nods when the ribs soften at the back. He nods when the chin is neither up nor tucked. His silence teaches shape. Your name settles low near the base of the skull. It hums there like a small hive that makes no sound. Your breath passes by and bows. A line of ease runs from the crown to the tail. It is not rigid. It is a rope that holds and yields. Your knees point out as they wish. They do not force a line. Your feet are loose and warm. Ankles slack, toes soft. A warmth grows behind the heart and slides down the spine. It pools in the belly. It meets the warmth of the stone in the right palm. They recognize each other. They do nothing about it. Your shoulders soften again. Always more soft is possible. The shoulder blades rest like two flat stones at a stream bed. Water moves over them. They do not move. The breath finds the back body. It swells where you do not see. You sense it, like dusk filling a field. The front body receives what the back offers. No rush, no debt. Your jaw loose, your tongue at rest. A small hollow opens under the cheekbones. Air moves in, air moves out. The elder's small nod is a yes, a calm yes. You let the yes echo down the arms. The elbows get heavy. The wrists turn light. The palms open wider by a thread. The stone warms the right palm to match the left. The two hands become one field. A slight lift appears at the crown. Not effort, permission. Room above room. The ribs widen at the sides. The belly falls without drop. You meet the mat, and the mat meets you. Two friends. No need to speak. The posture is not a pose you hold. It is a path you remember. The old path was walked by sitting. It was traveled by staying. In this shape, less work, more trust. You test nothing. You lean into nothing. You rest into everything. If a thought comes, it finds no handle. If a sound arrives, it finds no hook. Your body holds the form of ease. It tells the mind what the mind forgets. Stay. Be simple. Let weight be weight. Let height be height. The name thins to a tone in the chest. It meets the breath at the top. It meets the breath at the bottom. It does not need you. You let the face soften once more. Forehead smooth. Eyes deep in warm shadow. The tip of the tongue returns to its small perch. The palate cools. Your ears listen backward into the room behind you. There is nothing to hear. There is everything to accept. A quiet joy appears, small and plain. It is not a spark. It is a warm stone on cool ground. It does not ask to be held. It stays because you do not grasp. Now the bowl feels full of quiet. The rim does not spill. The base does not press. The stem is light and true. You breathe one more even tide. In, the sky lowers and meets you. Out, the earth rises and holds you. As the bowl feels full of quiet, the room thins. The first soft leaving. You do not rise, but you feel light. The mat holds your weight. The weight holds you back from nothing. The breath lifts your edges by a thread. The body stays. The mind floats. A soft float, like dust in a beam at dusk. No tug, no push, just ease. The air inside the chest becomes wide. The ribs make a quiet room within a room. You sit at the center and do not move. The stone is your tether. Warm, simple, true. It rests in the right palm and keeps the same hum. The hum shows that here is here. The name is your thread. It runs from the space behind the heart to the soft place behind the brow. It does not pull. It lies there, flat, kind. You drift a hand's width above thought. Thought is the ground now, not hard, not rough, just there. You ride above it without effort. You do not look down. You do not look up. You let the breath show you where the edges are not. In, the center grows soft. Out, the edges unhook. Your face empties of work. Your jaw is a quiet hinge. Your eyes float in their warm caves. Your ears listen to nothing and hear calm. The shoulders are two stones at rest. Their weight goes into the mat. Their story ends there. A small wave moves through the spine. It is not a move. It is a notice. Fluid finds its level. Ease finds its bed. The mind leans forward one grain. Then it leans back one grain. Then it stops leaning. It hangs in its own space, and breath holds it. The stone's heat meets the breath on the second beat in. They greet and pass. They do not link. They remain as they are. This gives you courage to do less. You do less. You let the breath choose its length. It chooses simple. It chooses level ground. You ride the ground by not stepping. You feel a lightness behind the throat. A door unhooks there. It was never locked. It never needed a key. It opens by being a doorway. No wood, no handle, only room beyond room. You do not enter. You allow the room to include you. You are included. You are safe here. The skin at the crown feels cool, not cold, clean. A breeze that is not air moves there. It is the sense of space making itself known. You do not call it anything. Naming would be work. You let the name you chose stay low, near the heart. It hums once without sound, like a hand pressing a cloth flat. Wrinkles smooth. Nothing happens. Everything settles. You watch the breath leave and not leave. The breath leaves the chest and stays with the field around you. It is the same field. It is the same leaving. You notice that up and down do not matter. Forward does not matter. Behind does not matter. Only this soft, hovering matters, and even that is too much to say. You feel the mat under your legs. You feel the floor under the mat. You feel the earth under the floor. These are layers of safety. They do not pin you. They hold you. They say yes to you, doing nothing. The hands are quiet. The right palm with the stone is warm as always. The left palm meets air that feels like a mild stream. Nothing moves the skin, and yet the skin knows a current. The current is the hum of your being. The belly is the same meadow it was, soft, dark, ready. It grows wide by an inch you cannot measure. It does so by not moving. A star that is not a star flickers behind the breastbone. Not light, not sight, just a sense that the center is spacious. The back of the heart opens another small window. Air from a room behind you meets the air in front of you. They greet and mix without gust. You hover without wanting. Wanting would drag you down to get. Fear would push you up to flee. Neither arrives. The middle is calm. The middle is kind. The elder's far presence is like a lamp in another house. You do not need it, and still it helps. You remember his small nods. You do not seek them. Their memory nods now, and the nod is in your neck, relaxing again. Now the name grows thin, like a thread under water. It does not vanish. It goes clear. You know it is there because it holds your place. The place holds your breath. The breath holds your mind. All of it rests on a still bowl of body. You note one breath where the inhale barely starts. The pause becomes almost all. Then the exhale finds itself without rush. Your chest thanks you by doing nothing loud. Your ribs thank you by widening out of habit alone. You feel the space between thoughts as more than gap. It is a steady floor of soft night. You stand on it without feet. You lie on it without back. You float over it without falling. A gentle hum rises in the bones of the face, not from the stone, from the quiet itself. It fills the sinuses as if they were hollow bells, never struck. This is the first address of soft leaving. You are written into space. You do not sign. You are signed. You do not leave the body. You leave the work of being the body for a while. The body stays. The mind floats. You let the body be as it is. You let the floating be as it is. The two do not argue. They share the same breath. They share the same warmth. They are two names for the same ease. With each slow breath, the space opens. A river moves through deep halls. It shows itself by feel, not by sight. It is soft as cloth, slow as dusk. Its current is the hush you already hear. You float above it in mind. You do not lean. You do not steer. The stone warms your palm. It is the same warmth. It does not ask you to notice. You notice anyway, like noticing your own hand. The name repeats like a slow bell that never strikes. It is a ring without sound. It marks nothing. It eases everything. You drift a palm's height over the low sound. The body is safe and still. You are safe here. The river is not water. It is the long breath of the halls. It runs under floors and through walls. It knows the way older than feet. You join it by not joining. You allow it to carry space under you. Your breath finds the same length. In, the river rises as a hum under the ribs. Out, the river lowers and spreads behind the back. The stone is a small moon in your hand, round, even, calm. It does not glow. It does not need to. The river sees it without eyes. Two simple bodies of quiet nod across a small gap. Nothing to do, only to agree. You sense pillars on both sides. They are wide. They are patient. Their weight sings in a voice too low for ears. The song holds the roof like hands cupped under a bowl. You float between those hands. You rest between their fingers of stone. Your name lives just under the breastbone. It turns with each breath like a wheel that is not a wheel. Not forward, not back, only round. The river hears this round. It makes its banks a little smoother. It will not need to, but it is kind. You are carried without moving. You do not measure distance. You measure ease, and ease is steady. If a thought rises, the river takes it as a leaf. It does not pull it under. It lets it turn once. Then it lays flat. Then it fades into the wide cloth of low sound. You breathe at the same pace. Counting is no longer needed. You know the numbers by the feel of even ground. In, the low sound gathers like dusk at the edges of fields. Out, the low sound settles like ash that is only warm. Your shoulders rest deeper. Your belly loosens another thread. Your mouth stays closed without effort. The tongue is a raft. It floats. The jaw is a gate left open. Nothing enters, nothing leaves. All is already inside. You let the eyes be warm behind their lids. The brow is smooth earth at night. You listen to the river inside, listening. There is a second tone under the first, lower, father deep, mother wide. It holds the first tone the way a lake holds a bay. You rest over both. You are safe here. No rush, no fear. The river's current is regular, but it is not a machine. It is breath that forgot to be yours and became ours. The old ones breathe with it. You breathe with them without trying. A long yes travels through your spine. It starts at the base. It climbs without climbing. It reaches the crown and whispers down the forehead like cool light that is not light. Then it is gone. The yes remains. You do less again. You check the right palm without moving. The stone is there. It says here, here, here with warmth. The left palm meets air that feels like fine cloth drawn past once every breath. Not a drag, a whisper of place. The river does not end. Rivers end in places. This one is the place, so it does not end. You understand this and do not say it. Saying would pull you closer than needed. You float where you are. A turn in the hall approaches without approach. You know because the low sound widens. It is the way big rooms announce themselves. They open the sound before they open the door. The river carries you to a wide room of quiet. The room is not a bowl. It is a field, flat, patient, endless enough for rest. You hover at its start like a moth at dusk that has found the right tree, not to land, to share the still air. The pillars step back. Their voices lower another shade. You wish to thank the stone for its simple work. You do not move a finger. Thanks happens anyway. It travels from chest to palm and warms your hand deeper for one breath. Your name thins to a tone in the chest. It is barely there. It is enough. The river now feels like the floor. The low sound is the ground. You do not need to float. You float anyway, because floating is the same as resting. You breathe, and the room breathes. Breath meets breath like two quiet lakes trading mist at dawn. There is no boundary. There is shape. Shape is gentle. A far bell that never rings is somewhere in this wide place. It does not call. It grants permission. The permission is simple. Stay. Be easy. Let sound be low. You accept. The acceptance accepts you. You feel the hall fall away from its edges. You feel the field draw near without moving. You feel yourself held by a thing that has no hands. Your last thought for now is soft. It says, I can remain. It answers itself, yes. And you remain as the river carries you into a wide room of quiet. The chamber of slow flight. Here, the elders learned to fly in peace, not with speed, but with ease. You feel the threshold before you see it. The wide room becomes wider still. Walls step back into a soft dusk. Floor turns to a held field of air. You rise like mist, almost nothing. The body remains rooted. The mind knows the upward tilt. No tug, no rush, only the felt yes of space making room. The stone is a small moon in your hand, round, even. Its warmth is steady and kind. It sets a gentle center you do not have to hold. Your breath is the wind that doesn't move. It has shape without push, length without reach. You hover without wanting. Wanting bends flight into work. You let wanting rest. Flight returns to ease. The elders do not appear. Their lesson is the shape of the room. You read it with shoulders soft and jaw loose. The ribs widen like slow doors. The belly loosens and receives. Air moves, but it does not behave like air. It behaves like patience. It meets you. It bears you. It neither lifts nor lowers. It hosts. Your name thins to a tone beneath the tone of breath. It hums the fact of you. Not the story, not the day, only the quiet center that can be carried anywhere. Your eyes rest in warm shadow. They see nothing needed. They feel the height by the way the face grows cool. The crown drinks a clean hush. It is the taste of space. You do not label it. Labels. Snag. You leave the cloth smooth. A soft tilt begins at the heart. It tips forward half a grain. Then it levels. Half a grain back. Then it levels. This is the balance of slow flight. Not control. Conversation. You lean into the yes that meets you. You lean away when the yes becomes enough. The stone does not change. That is its gift. It lets the sky change for you. Your breath chooses a long, plain shore. In is the wave that rises without foam. Out is the wave that lays itself down without break. You ride the shore. You do not search for sea. The room hears this choice. It makes height simple. It removes the idea of height. Only closeness remains. Closeness to what holds you. Closeness to what you are holding. A small current runs along the spine. It is not up. It is not down. It is the recognition of middle. Crown to tail agree to meet at the soft place behind the heart. They meet and let go. The meeting is enough. You could move far here without distance, but you do not move. Movement would be an answer to a question no one asked. You stay. Staying teaches the deeper drift. Hovering shows its quiet shoulders. One shoulder is weight that does not press. One shoulder is height that does not pull. You rest between them. Time sloughs off its sharp edges. It keeps only the soft rhythm of breath. In, out, even, kind. The right palm holds the moonstone. Its warmth reaches through the hand and into the forearm. It stops at the elbow and returns, a crescent of mild heat. The left palm cups air. Air answers by cupping you, an exchange of nothing that fills everything. You let your tongue stay at its ridge. You let your teeth part by a hair. The throat is the unclasped door. Air slides through with no sound. Your ears listen backward and forward. They hear the same hush both ways. This is how you know you are centered. The floor is far and near at once. You sense its old, slow trust. It does not ask you back. It waits without need. You thank it by not stepping. The face grows still, like stone warmed by many days. The skin releases its grip on thought. Thought, when it arrives, finds no place to hook. It falls through and joins the field below. Not away, within. You breathe and feel the mind lighten one more grain. Grain by grain is how mountains soften. You do not push the mountain. Weather does it. Breath is your weather. You allow it to soften you as long as it likes. You rise a little more, still at ease. You do not seek view. There is nothing to see that seeing could improve. You seek feel. Feel is already here. Feel has been here since the door of breath opened. Your chest lifts and sets like a bird that trusts the branch. Your back expands and settles like dusk over hills. Your name, thin as a hair in water, keeps place. If it wavers, The stone steadies it by being itself. Stone teaches you how to stay. Air teaches you how to rest while not on ground. Breath teaches you how to be carried by what is always present. There is a simple joy in this, not a bright joy, a deep one, like warmth through a wall at night. The elder's teaching returns as a sentence without words. Do less. You do less. And height is simple. You are not above. You are not below. You are with. With the room. With the hum. With the wide, quiet field that holds all halls. You feel the far bell that never rings. It is not here. It is everywhere. Its not sound is a steady guide. Turn toward it, and you turn toward stillness. You are already turned. There is nowhere else to face. Your breath lengthens by itself. It is not long. It is complete. Each cycle finishes what it begins. Nothing left over. Nothing missing. You hover, and the hovering becomes the same as sitting. You sit, and the sitting becomes the same as flying. Two words for one state. Ease. The mind nods once inside the skull. A nod you do not make. It means yes, this. The shoulders soften a last small thread. They find the depth they had forgotten. Arms feel hollow and kind. Hands light and sure. The right palm moon holds your quiet sky. The left palm sky holds your quiet moon. There is no difference. Breath meets breath. Name meets hum. Stone meets hand. Room meets you. As wanting falls away, height is simple. You remain in the held air, steady and calm. Gate of breath is first. Steady count, even flow. You do not have to think of numbers now. Your body remembers level ground. In arrives, out returns. The pauses match like two stones on a calm shore. Top pause, bottom pause, same length, same feel. They are doors that do not swing because they are already open. You pass by through not doing. The breath becomes a river that knows its bed. The ribs widen like slow doors, then rest. The belly loosens and joins. Air meets you, and you meet air. This is the first gate, and it opens by being what it is. You let the breath gate steady itself, and you notice how ease tastes. Clean, mild, with no sharp edge. You do not add polish. You do not add shine. You allow the plain. Breath moves, then rests. You rest with it. A slight lift travels up the back, like morning in shade. It is not a sign. It is a comfort. Your tongue rests. Your jaw hangs soft and kind. Your eyes feel war in their caves. The crown drinks one thin thread of cool. The soles and the sit bones hold one wide plate of warm. The two meet at the soft place behind the heart. That is the hinge of the first gate. Gate of weight is second. Notice heaviness, then let it be. You do not push weight away. You do not pull weight close. You meet it like a friend at the door. The mat holds you. The floor holds the mat. The earth holds the floor. Layers of safety. You feel your hips settle one more grain. You feel the thighs release their grip on doing. The knees float without rise. Ankles slack. Toes soft. Shoulders find the downward line and trust it. The base is wide. The rim is easy. The stem is light. The bowl of the body feels held by gravity, the way a leaf feels held by a quiet pond. You tell the weight nothing. You give it permission to be weight. It answers by asking nothing from you. You sense the right palm with the stone, warm, even, round. The left palm with air, cool, even, kind. The two balance themselves. You are not the scale. You are the table under the scale. Stable, calm. The breath keeps its even tide across the second gate. In moves through weight, like wind through fields that do not bow. Out moves through weight, like dusk over hills that do not change. Heaviness is not a problem. It is a promise. It says, you can rest here. A small thought tries to sort. Heavy here, light there. It fades before it hardens. Weight is not a riddle. Weight is a teacher. It teaches staying. It teaches the ground without asking for faith. You let it teach you. Your spine thanks you by softening the places that held old effort. The back of the heart opens another small window. Air from behind meets air before. They agree to share. Your face is quiet, stone, warmed by many days. Your ears listen backward and forward. They hear the same hush both ways. This means the second gate is open. Gate of name is third. Repeat until it fades into you. The name is not a word now. It is the quiet thread that keeps place. You let it rest where breath meets being. At the top, at the bottom, then under both. It hums the fact of you. Not the day, not the story, only the center that can be carried anywhere. You do not recite. You do not chant. You lay the name down like a cloth on still water. It smooths by being placed. No rubbing, no pressing, just contact. As the name merges, it becomes the tone below your tone. Breath rides it, not the other way. The stone recognizes this. Its warmth agrees by doing nothing different. The right palm is a small moon. The left palm is the held sky. The name is the nightly hush between them. It thins, then clears, the way a thread under water goes from seen to known. It is there because steadiness is there. It is there because you are here. You do not have to hold it. It holds you by not gripping. Pass by, not doing, only allowing. The three gates share one hinge. It is the place where effort ends and trust begins. You feel the hinge in the long line from crown to tail, meeting behind the heart. Breath moves through that hinge like light through a sheer curtain. Weight settles through that hinge like rain through loam. Name hums through that hinge like a voice remembered, not heard. Elders keep watch with kind eyes you do not need to see. Their watch is the room itself staying simple. The stone glows softer, not brighter. Softer means closer to your own warmth. Closer means less gap. Less gap means ease. Through the gates, the vast place feels close. Distance becomes friendship. Height becomes company. Depth becomes home. You are safe here. Breath gate, easy. Weight gate, kind. Name gate, clear. You are through by not going anywhere. You remain, and remaining is the way. A sky inside the mind opens like a held breath. Let go. It is not above. It is within. The edges of the wide room loosen, and space shows its soft lights. Stars that do not blink hang in the hush. They are set like small seeds in evening soil. They shine without effort. They ask for nothing. They keep company by staying. You float among them without aim. There is no path here. Paths would scratch the quiet. There is only presence. A slow drift that is not a choice. The breath moves, and you move with it. In, the stars feel closer by a whisper. Out, they lean away by the same whisper. The distance is a lullaby with no words. Each star is a calm thought, not a word, not a plan, just a point of being that does not press. You feel one near the brow. It is cool. It is clean. It holds stillness, the way a cup holds water. You do not drink. You rest near its rim. Another star rests near the throat, warm, even. It hums the way the stone hums, but farther off, as if echoed by old hills. One near the heart is neither warm nor cool. It is the memory of warmth and cool agreeing to meet. You touch none, and they grow softer. That is the way of gentle things. When left alone, they come closer by becoming less. The stars thin like mist into more sky. The mind widens in the same way. The thought stars do not vanish. They stop being points and become field. Your chest answers by loosening one more thread. The back widens as if to make room, though there is nothing to hold. The stone keeps you here, not lost. Its warmth is the small shore your hand remembers. A simple center, a quiet moon in the palm, while the inner sky spreads. You are safe here. You do not seek the brightest star. There is no bright. There is only kind. The far bell that never rings is present as a hush between every light. You know direction by that hush. When you face it, stillness meets stillness. When you turn away, stillness meets stillness. Everywhere is toward. Your name is the softest star. It has no edge. It has no need to be seen. It sits under the breath and waits. On the inhale, it lifts like a seed held between finger and thumb. On the exhale, it returns to the palm of the field. Over, under, over, under. You do not weave. It weaves. A slow tide passes across the sky of mind, left to right, right to left. It carries nothing. It proves the sky is not a wall. It is deep and patient. You float and learn this without thought. The eyes behind the lids feel wide. They do not strain. They are two open windows at night. If a memory rises, it appears as a soft star at the edge. It holds no sting. It tells no story. It hums the fact that it was once bright, and now it is kind. It fades into the same calm field. If a plan tries to form, it seeds a star near the brow. The star does not sharpen. It loosens and returns to the cloth. Plans dissolve like frost when the sun does not rush and yet arrives. You drift nearer to a cluster that is not a cluster. It is a region of evenness. Here, even the idea of point gives way to spread. The breath meets that spread with a wider chest. The ribs float outward, a finger. The exhale drops the floor of the belly by a grain. The throat stays open like a door left on its hinge. The tongue rests. The jaw is quiet stone, warmed by many days. Under you, the sense of height forgets itself. Above you, the sense of depth forgets itself. You are with the field, not in it, not under it, not over it. With. The old word for peace was simply with. You understand this now. The elders spoke it by sitting. You learn it by floating. The stars that do not blink teach patience. They do not perform. They remain. You remain. Together, a larger stillness gathers. Not more, just wider. A leaf would land here and forget it had a stem. A wave would come here and forget it had a crest. You come here and forget you had to try. You thank the stone by feeling it without grasp. The warmth answers with sameness. Sameness is trust. Trust lets the inner sky draw close without edge. You breathe one long shore. In, the stars lean in a hair. Out, they lean back the same hair. Balance proves itself. From stars to shore, you drift toward a low island. It is not apart from the field. It is a gentle rise in the same cloth. You do not aim. You allow. The island is the next yes the sky offers. It waits without calling. You move without moving. Breath carries you. And the stars approve by not changing. You arrive by already being here. Time is thick like honey here. It holds shape without rush. It pours without drop. The low island rises from the field like a pillow pressed by a careful hand. You are set upon it by breath, not by choice. The surface is warm and spring soft. Your body recognizes safety and settles by a thread you cannot see. The breath moves through it without hurry. In lingers like warm light on a wall. Out drifts like shade across a path. No part drags, no part leaps. The chest opens and stays open a little longer. The belly lowers and stays lowered a little longer. The pauses widen, level and kind. They are rooms where nothing must happen and everything is held. Your hands feel warm and kind. Fingers loosen. Palms widen. The right palm cradles the green stone. It is simple as always. It gives warmth the way a hearth gives evening. The left palm meets air as a soft cloth laid flat. Between the two, a field of ease extends. Your arms feel hollow, light inside, heavy outside. A good weight, a good light. The name is faint, but steady. It hums just under the hum of breath. It has become the hinge of quiet. It does not need to be said. It does not even need to be heard. It is known. At the top of the inhale, the name rounds and rests. At the bottom of the exhale, the name settles and stays. Over, under, not woven by you, woven around you. You sit on inner sand that holds you. The grains are fine. They shift only enough to fit you well. No hollow, no ridge. A soft seat made of time itself. If you lean, the sand accepts. If you still, the sand confirms. It remembers your shape without keeping you. It welcomes each breath as a calm tide that comes and goes in small, even waves. The elder's voice is a far, gentle line. It is not in the room. It is not in the hall. It is in the memory of the first nod. A yes that continues like a thin thread across a wide field. You do not listen for words. You listen for the feeling of being accompanied. It is there. It is enough. Your neck grows long inside. The throat is clear. The tongue rests at the ridge. The jaw is loose, light, and kind. Eyelids lower until the world turns to warm shadow. Behind them, space opens like dusk across low hills. The brow smooths. The crown drinks a clean, cool hush that does not stir the skin. The back broadens and lowers. The front softens and rises. A perfect exchange. In this thick, slow time, thoughts have no speed. They arrive like moths drifting. They rest. They leave. None brush the flame. There is no flame. There is only warmth. Plans, if they come, lie down beside you and fall asleep. Memories curl at your feet like small, friendly beasts. They breathe slow. You let them dream their own simple dreams. You feel the stone shift by a hair. Not movement, recognition. Your warmth and its warmth are one field. No seam, no edge. The hand forgets to distinguish the two. The mind forgets to judge the forgetting. Ease becomes the plain fact. The body agrees. The shoulders lower half a grain. The ribs widen at the sides. The belly rounds with trust. The island does not end. It spreads beyond attention and returns as needed. Time, thick and sweet, lengthens the even shore of breath. Each cycle completes itself. Nothing left over. Nothing owed. You ride the shore without stepping. You arrive with every exhale. You depart with every inhale. The place remains. You remain. If sound comes, it comes as distance. It arrives already softened by long air. It touches the edge of your field and dissolves like a line drawn in water. If a scent rises, a mild stone scent, a cool dusk scent, it settles at the lip of the nose and waits there, patient and low. Senses unhook and rest on quiet pegs. Under the sternum, a warm hollow gathers like a small lamp. It does not shine. It holds. Around the spine, a ribbon of ease descends and ascends, meeting behind the heart and parting again. It keeps no score. It tracks no progress. It reminds you what staying feels like when staying is allowed. You notice the pauses grow wide enough to be rooms, doors without hinges. You walk none of them. You stand just inside their thresholds, and they widen around you. In the top room, the name is a thin circle that holds itself. In the bottom room, the weight is a soft floor that gives and supports at once. The breath passes through both, even and sure. Time thickens again, then clears. Thick, clear. A tide of honey that knows when to pour and when to rest. Your mind follows without plan. Your body answers without effort. The quiet is the teacher. The hum is the lesson. The lesson is a touch, not a thought. From thick time to clear seeing, you turn. Not the head, not the eyes. A turning like a page laid flat and gently flipped by air. The island nods. The breath agrees. The stone is the same. You are the same, only eased. A simple yes fills the chest and stays. A pool that never ripples waits ahead, simple and sure. It is near like breath. It is inside like rest. You kneel inside, not outside. The kneeling is a feeling, not a move. Your weight stays with the mat. Your ease steps into the pool by being eased. The surface is level. It has no glass. It has no water. It is a field of quiet that knows your shape without needing it. Your face is not a face, just calm. The features forget their lines. Brow smooth, eyes warm and wide behind lids, cheeks loose, mouth soft and closed, but not sealed. The mirror shows no image. It shows the absence of strain. The mind looks and finds no difference between looking and being looked at. Reflection and the reflected offer the same yes. Thoughts pass as shadows, then fade. A memory skims the rim, thin as dusk light on stone. It does not enter. It does not bend the surface. The mirror keeps its plane. A plan tries to name itself. The name falls apart into hush. The quiet does not fight it. It accepts the crumble and stays smooth. The pool receives and remains unchanged. You feel the breath kiss the soft place where the throat becomes chest. On the inhale, the surface shines with a calm, inner cool. On the exhale, it glows with a inner warm. No ripple, only the sense of tone. You do not place the tone. It appears where needed. Then it rests where it began. The mirror is that rest. The stone cools to match your palm. It does not leave its warmth. It meets your hand in sameness. The seam between palm and stone dissolves. One field, even, kind. The right forearm grows light inside. The left forearm grows light to greet it. Between the hands, an oval of ease forms, held and holding. The mirror seems to live there too. It does not move. It does not spread. It is already everywhere you notice. Your name is now the pool's edge. Not a word, not a line. A soft boundary that is only there when asked. On the top of the inhale, edge. On the bottom of the exhale, edge. Between, only open. The name does not enclose. It invites. It says, here is the simple way to rest. Here is the shore if you need it. You hear it without sound. You agree without thought. You kneel within the mirror and feel depth that is not down. The depth is clarity. The more you see, the less there is to see. The more you stay, the less there is to stay against. The face becomes a warm dusk. The skull feels hollow in a kind way. The back of the head widens. The neck floats. The spine holds with no grip. The mirror shows the posture you already hold. Hips heavy, spine easy, shoulders soft, jaw loose, tongue rests behind teeth. Each point appears as a calm light under the skin, then merges back into the whole. The mirror loves simple lists. It recites them without voice and ends each with enough. If a line of worry knocks, it is seen as a thin cloud across a night lake. The lake does not take the mark. The cloud slides on. The stillness under it stays level. The heart answers with a longer, kinder drop at the end of the exhale. The belly accepts the drop and rounds in trust. You look into the mirror again, and there is no you to find. Only the knowing that looking is not needed. Seeing is replaced by being seen by calm. The calm does not judge. It counts nothing. It holds all. And in holding all, it asks for nothing back. This is what the elders meant by soft truth. A truth with no edge. The surface keeps its quiet. You notice a line of cool from crown to the place behind the heart. It meets a line of warm from the bowl of the pelvis up to the same place. They meet and flatten. Meeting is enough. Nothing rises. Nothing drops. The pool remains a plain of ease. Around you, the chamber lowers its breath. The carved names that once held shape now lie like smooth sand under clear water. They are there. They do not call. Your chosen name is the nearest shore, and at the same time, the far shore, and at the same time, no shore at all. Edge when needed. Field when allowed. A soft inward bow happens without move. The mirror answers with a widening you can feel in the bones of the face. Sinuses hollow in comfort, brow cooling, cheekbones floating, lips meeting as two calm lines. The tongue remembers its perch and rests. The jaw lets go again. Always more letting is possible. You place the hand of mind on the surface. It passes through without passing. It meets itself in the same level. Above is not above. Below is not below. Only evenness. Only the hum that has no source. The stone in your palm agrees. It holds its silence the way a hill holds snow in shade. Enough. Patient. Sure. As the surface stays still, a deeper way opens. It opens by not opening. It is there because the need to move falls away. The mirror does not reveal it. The mirror is it. You do not enter. You are already within. The last trace of looking loosens, and the quiet continues on its own. You remain, held by the pool that never ripples, clear and complete. You float along a line you cannot see. It is there the way trust is there. It is smooth, like breath over glass. No snag, no grit. The body stays, held and kind. The mind is carried, not forward, not back, but with the room, with the hum, with the wide field that keeps all halls. You meet no beings, no tests, no rush, only the hum of your own quiet. It is the same tone that lived under the breath in the chamber. It is the same tone that carried under the river. Here it stands alone, clear, simple, whole. You listen and find yourself listening to listening. It folds back into itself and remains. The elder calls this the gentle way, not a road, not a task, a way that is the shape of ease when ease is allowed. You feel the word gentle arrive without sound. It lands behind the heart and becomes a wide yes. The yes spreads through ribs and softens the skin over the face. The jaw remembers to let go again. The stone keeps the way simple. It rests in the right palm with the warmth of an old friend's hand. It says, here by being here. The left palm meets air that is not air, a soft field that fits the curve of your fingers. Between the hands, a quiet oval holds steady. It does not move you. It allows you to notice you are already moving without effort. It is smooth, like breath over glass. You feel this as a clean slide under the sternum. In, the surface cools by a thread. Out, it warms by the same thread. Balance proves itself. You do nothing to help. You simply do not hinder. The line you cannot see answers by staying true. A soft tilt appears at the crown, then eases. A soft tilt appears at the tail, then eases. The long rope from top to base hums as one piece. It is not taut. It is not slack. It is alive. Your name thins to a clear presence, not word, not even tone, just the fact of you, with no edges carried along. You meet no beings. You meet the places where meeting would have been. They arrive as open spaces, already filled with calm. No need to pass, no need to greet. You have been greeted since you began. The way is made of greetings so gentle they feel like your own breath. No tests. The only question is whether ease is enough. You let it be enough. The answer is a wider quiet. A ribbon of mild cool runs from brow to the soft place behind the heart, meeting a ribbon of mild warm from pelvis to the same place. They touch, flatten, and disappear into evenness. Contact without consequence. Meeting without merging. Enough. No rush. Time takes off its shoes and walks barefoot on packed sand. You feel its soft steps as pauses that hold shape. Top pause, bottom pause, same length, same feel. The breath crosses both like a bird that knows the wind by skin alone. You ride with it. You do not steer. Steering would create wind. There is no need. Only the hum. gathers under the cheekbones, the way dusk gathers under low eaves. It fills the sinuses without pressure. It lays a cool cloth across the brow. The tongue rests at the ridge. The mouth is closed and kind. The throat is an open door with no draft. Air passes as permission, not as need. The elder's word returns, gentle. You consider what would happen if you pushed. A faint ripple begins to form at the surface of quiet. It fails. The pool does not move. This teaches more than any answer. Pushing has nowhere to land. Doing has nothing to do here. You let go again. The letting is small and perfect. The room does not change. Your sense of width grows simple. It is the old word for peace. With the line you cannot see. With the breath you do not drive. With the warmth you do not own. With the space that does not ask. You drift along the gentle way and begin to forget the need to check. The stone tells you you are still holding it by feeling like your own palm. No seam, no border. The left hand agrees and becomes the same field. Hands become one bowl. The bowl becomes the middle of the body. The middle becomes the middle of the way. The way becomes the middle of the room. Everywhere, middle. No edges to fear. Your feet, though still, seem to rest on air that holds like firm loam. The knees float without rise. The thighs stop trying to help. The belly rounds with trust. The back widens. The ribs open like slow doors. Then settle. Breath meets breath. Quiet meets quiet. The world is calm. Ahead, a slow arch of stone invites you. It is the next yes. Not a test, not a gate that judges. A shape the way offers to give your ease a form. You do not speed up. You do not plan to pass. You remain with, and with carries you. The arch grows present the way dusk grows present on a day that does not hurry. You arrive by already being under it. The line you cannot see rises to meet the curve. The breath chooses the simplest shore. In, cool, out, warm, even, kind. The stone does nothing different. The name does nothing different. You continue the path of soft flight by not changing what is already right. Pass under with a breath. The curve meets the line you cannot see, and both agree to be one shape. In, the crown cools by a thread. Out, the belly warms by a thread. The arch does the rest. It lifts the room without moving it. It widens the chest without asking. You do not step. You allow. The breath carries you, as it always has. Let the jaw loosen, eyes soft. The mouth is closed and kind. The tongue rests at its small ridge. The throat is an open door with no draft. Behind the lids, the world turns to warm dusk. The brow smooths until it is simple stone. The cheeks lower half a thought. The ears listen backward and forward and hear the same hush both ways. The world inside grows wide, not farther, wider. Distance becomes friendly. Height becomes company. Depth becomes home. The ribs float outward like slow doors, and then pause, equal and plain. The back broadens to hold the pause. The front gathers the pause and returns it as ease. Your weight remains with the mat. Your ease moves as a tide within the same bowl of posture. You rise a little more, still at ease. Not higher than yourself, just nearer to what has always held you. Above the heart, a mild, cool opens like a window that needs no latch. Below the navel, a mild, warm answers, like a lamp behind thin cloth. Between them, a level meets. The meeting is enough. Nothing climbs, nothing sinks. A line becomes a field. Your body below is safe, warm. The sight bones root. The thighs release another thread. Ankles slack. Toes soft. Shoulders soften again. Always more soft is possible. The right palm holds the green stone. It is the same warmth, the same round. It says here with steadiness. The left palm cradles air that fits its curve. Between both, an oval of quiet holds. The name thins to a tone in the chest. Not a word, not a hum you can hear. A presence that says, you are you, and being you requires no work. On the top pause, presence. On the bottom pause, presence. Between, only the even roll of breath. The pauses lengthen by a hair. They hold like a plain room with open windows. Nothing enters, nothing leaves. Still, air moves. Let the jaw loosen, eyes soft, and the arch answers. Its curve rests over you like a hand that never presses. The crown takes one thread of clean cool. The base of the spine takes one plate of patient warm. The long rope between hums without effort. It is not taut. It is not slack. It is alive and sure. You notice sound become shape. The low room hum lays flat and wide. Over it, a finer hush arcs. matching the stone curve above. The two layers do not meet by touching. They meet by agreeing. You rest on the agreement. You do nothing to keep it. Keeping would fuss the cloth. Agreement keeps itself. Your breath finds the simplest shore. In is the wave that rises without foam. Out is the wave that lays itself down without break. You ride the shore, and the arch glides with you. It moves because staying includes moving. It stays because moving includes staying. Old truths soften when repeated by breath. They stop being truths and become the plain way things are. Your face grows clear, not bright. Clear. Sinuses feel hollow, comfortable, like bells never struck. The brow is a cool stone under thin water. The lips touch without holding. The tongue remembers its perch. The jaw forgets it was ever needed to guard. Guarding had a time. This is not that time. This is with. Your body below remains the bowl. The rim is easy. The base is kind. The stem is light. The mind rests inside mid-bowl, where things do not spill. A small sway appears, almost not there. It is not fidget. It is life finding center and staying near. The elder would nod, though he does not need to be here. His nod has become the room. The world inside grows wide, and with it your trust. The arch extends beyond attention and returns as needed. When you feel the top pause, the curve is above. When you feel the bottom pause, the curve is below. Above and below trade places without movement. This is how you know the inside sky has no up. Your name is a tone in the chest, and now is a tone under the tone. Beneath the sternum, a soft hum like dusk under eaves. Beneath the navel, a warmer hush like loam after rain. They meet behind the heart, level and kind. Meeting is enough. Merging is not required. Each keeps its way, and still they agree. A slight, cool path runs from crown to the soft place behind the heart. A slight, warm path rises from pelvis to the same place. They touch and flatten. The touch is a page turned by still air. The flattening is the page at rest. Reading is not needed. The meaning is felt. Ease. The arch now is not stone. It is habit. The gentle habit of not pushing, of not holding, of letting each breath complete itself, of letting the pauses be rooms already open, of letting posture be path, of letting the stone be here, of letting the name be fact. Habit becomes sky. Sky becomes home. On the far side, an old hall waits. You do not rush to it. You do not plan entry. The arch has completed its sentence without words. You exhale and feel the phrase end cleanly. You inhale and feel the next phrase begin only when it wishes. The old hall is the next line. You are carried to its threshold by the same breath that brought you under the curve. You arrive by remaining. Maps of calm places, drawn in lines, wait in a long, low hall. They lie on walls and tables, on slabs of stone smoothed by many days. Not roads, but breaths. Each line rises and falls like a tide on a plain shore. Each curve holds a pause, level and kind. The room smells like cool dust and old paper that was never paper. You arrive by remaining, and the hall receives you without change. The elder shows how each map starts at the heart. He does not speak. He stands beside a broad slab and lets his hand hover over a small circle near the center. The circle is a simple mark, no name, no mark around it. You understand. Heart is where all starting is, not the organ, the soft place where breath meets being and says yes. The stone sits on one map, warm on warm. He places it without touch, as if the stone and the map agreed before your day began. The little moon rests on a drawn oval. The oval is labeled with a single small notch. Top, bottom, not words, suggestions. The stone's warmth spreads under the skin of the carving. You feel it in your palm, though your hand is still a span away. Agreement again. One field, many forms. You trace a route with your mind, slow, over, under, over, under. The drawn lines are breaths. They begin at the center circle, widen into long arcs, and return without rush. Where a line turns, there is a small hollow, carved, as if a finger pressed there long ago. Those hollows are pauses. Top pause, bottom pause, same length, same feel. Your chest answers by widening a hair. Your belly answers by lowering a hair. The hall notices and does nothing. That is its way of nodding. The root is only in, then down, in to the soft edge behind the breastbone, down to the low bowl of the pelvis, then in again, finer, to the space behind the heart, then down again, warmer, to the center, just below the navel. The maps do not show distance. They show depth. Depth is not farther. Depth is nearer, but softer. You follow with no step. You read without eyes. The breath reads you. A thin humming thread unfurls from crown to tail and settles at mid-back. It meets the map's central line. Contact is enough. The lines do not move. They reveal. The elder lifts a second map. This one is all circles, nested even, plain. The smallest sits at the chest. The largest reaches the skin. You do nothing, and yet the circles breathe. In, they draw close. Out, they open. You are the center, and the circle and the space between both. On a third slab, only dots. Faint. Even. Spread like stars that do not blink. Each dot is a rest. Each rest can be a place to stay an winter night of breath. You choose none. Choice is effort. Effort is not needed. You let the breath choose. It settles on one dot near the base of the skull. The skin there cools by a thread. The map agrees. The dot warms by a thread. Two threads form one cloth. Quiet. The elder slides the stone to another design. This one is a simple vertical line with 3 small cross marks. Crown, heart, belly. He taps the mid-mark in the air, not touching. He taps the lower. He waits. Your inhale finds the top mark on its own. Your exhale finds the bottom. The pauses fill the mid-mark like rain collected in a shallow dish. The dish never spills. Your ribs widen at the sides. Your tongue remembers its perch. The jaw loosens again. Always more soft is possible. The maps of calm places teach the same lesson in many shapes. A spiral that widens to nothing. A wave that flattens to calm. A lattice of simple squares, each square a breath completed. You notice you have been tracing them without thought. The room lets you know by deepening its hush. Low, even, patient. The sound is shape now. The shapes are sound. Both are breath. The elder shows how each map starts at the heart once more. His hand hovers. Your chest answers before he moves. You feel the soft hinge behind the sternum open and stay. You feel the matching hinge below the navel open and stay. The line between them is level. The head floats. The base warms. The meeting behind the heart is enough. The stone sits on one map, warm on warm, and something simple happens. You stop needing the marks. The breath carries the marks inside. The curves draw themselves along your ribs. The pauses set themselves as rooms that arrive on time. The lines cross where they must and smooth where they could have snagged. You become a soft map read by breath, not by mind. You trace a route with your mind one last time, slow, and it vanishes into doing itself. In to the heart, down to the belly, in to the back of the heart, down to the base, a calm loop. You feel no edges. You feel only the known ground of ease. If a thought rises, there is a dot for it. If a plan forms, there is a circle to include it. If a memory appears, there is a line that leads it back to rest. With route chosen, the flight resumes, not forward. With the hall exhales, long and low. You inhale, plain and even. The maps remain. You carry their shapes without carrying anything. The elder's eyes are kind and quiet. He does not nod. He does not need to. The hall is the nod. The breath is the guide. You turn toward the inner way that waits, already open, already near. Down is not heavy here. It is close, safe, held. The sense of turning inward returns like a soft echo from the maps already known. You feel the line from crown to base become a hollow reed that hums without sound. Breath enters that reed and lowers you a little, even as the body stays where it is. You descend by being included. The well is not apart. It is the inner of inner rooms. It is close, safe, held. The walls are the long ribs softened by even breath. They do not enclose. They reassure. Each inhale rounds them outward a hair. Each exhale lets them settle the same hair back. The shape is constant. The feeling grows simple. The well's light is dusk level, not bright, not dim, enough to show evenness where edges might have been. The well's walls are your lungs. Their cloth stretches, then rests. A fine, cool lines their upper curve. A fine warm lines their lower. Between, a level holds. You lower through the level at the pace of trust. Each breath lowers you a little. No jerk. No slide. A soft stepping made of pausing. Top pause. Bottom pause. Same length, same feel. The pauses are stairs that do not require feet. Each breath lowers you a little. The sternum becomes a gate that remains open. Behind it, the space you call heart room widens without effort. The back of the heart meets you there with a familiar, yes. The spine answers with one long, unbroken patience. The belly answers with a bowl that receives and keeps shape. You travel within the shape you are. The stone is a small lamp you do not need. It rests in the right palm with steady warmth, and yet the well does not darken. There is nothing to light. There is only the recognition that seeing here is feeling. You glance inward at the stone's presence. By feeling it, feel like your hand. It agrees. Lamp unused. Warmth shared. You do not push. The well lowers you. You do not hold. The well holds you. The left palm meets air that is not air. A gentle field that confirms the width of your descent. Your jaw hangs soft and kind. Tongue at the ridge. The throat is the clear mouth of the well. No draft, no echo, only even tone. Down is not heavy here. Gravity is a friend whose hand knows when to stop at the threshold. It offers steadiness and leaves you to ease. You accept. Shoulders soften another thread. The neck floats. The crown drinks one thin line of cool. The base gathers one wide plate of warm. They meet behind the heart, level, then flatten into the very feeling of down made kind. You sense marks along the inner wall, not words, not signs, natural rests. You pass one near the collarbones. A small, clean calm settles under their span. You pass another at the mid-chest. The ribs answer with outward trust. You pass a third above the navel. The belly takes the exhale and makes a quiet floor. Each mark is a yes you have already earned by doing nothing extra. The name is a soft hum at the base of the skull. It lives there like a note remembered. It does not ask for voice. It is enough that it is present. As you lower, the hum stays at the same height, which tells you the well is longer than a thought and shorter than a worry. It is precisely the size of breath completed. The well's walls are your lungs. Their inner lining becomes smooth as wet stone, yet dry to your experience. Friction fades. The mind stops glancing at the past few steps. There is only the current step, which is a pause that knows how to be crossed without crossing. The tongue rests. The lips close with no seal. The ears hear the hush of space remembering its shape. At the bottom, a door of light rests open. You do not reach it. It reaches you by staying. The light is not bright. It is the absence of need for brightness. A plain presence. Your chest recognizes it and widens one more hair. Your belly recognizes it and lowers one more hair. The spine notes the alignment and relaxes into longness. You hover before the threshold, and hovering is the same as arriving. The lamp you do not need remains a steady warmth in the right palm. The left hand holds the same field it has held since the first pause. The name continues to hum where it hums. Your face is clear. Your eyes, behind lids, are two open windows at night. Down is not heavy here. It is close, safe, held. The door of light is not a change. It is the familiar quiet seen from nearer. You notice the pauses become rooms again, wider. Top room, bottom room, both open into the light without edge. You stay with the breath. The breath stays with you. You agree that stepping is not required. One more cycle completes itself. In, the well is the room. Out, the room is the well. The door ahead remains open by being a door that does not move. You are ready without needing to be ready. The elders, far yes, is a line across still air. You feel it, and the feeling is enough. You meet the light by letting the next breath end. Hear the elders' shaped soft flow, not with force, but with patience. The light beyond the door does not blaze. It settles. It meets your skin like warm shade. You step without stepping, and the room receives you. Its walls breathe the same even tide you carry. In, they widen by a thought. Out, they return by the same thought. The floor holds like packed loam. The ceiling rests like an open palm. Your hands rest, palms warm. The right still cradles the green stone. Its round is a quiet moon, steady and sure. The left meets the tender air that has waited since the well. Between them, a mild field forms. It is not seen. It is known. The space is thicker than air and thinner than cloth. It fits the hands the way calm fits the chest. Energy moves like warm air in shade. It gathers under the palms by itself, then spreads to the wrists, then settles back to center. No surge, no push. A tide too gentle to name a tide. Your forearms feel hollow in a good way. The shoulders soften, another thin thread. The collarbones grow light. The chest opens without effort, then stays opened for a quiet count you do not make. The stone sits between the hands. You do not rub. You do not lift. You let it be the round center of the small field. Its warmth agrees with the warmth of your palms. Sameness breeds ease. Ease invites motion that is not motion. The oval of quiet seems to turn a fraction, as if a page were sliding across still water. The page does not leave the place. The water does not shift. Yet something has arranged itself into more evenness. You do not push it. It moves itself. The old way teaches that soft flow knows where to go. You listen for places that feel like dusk under eaves, behind the cheekbones, along the sides of the ribs, at the hollow just below the navel. The field rolls there on its own. It meets each place like a hand meeting another hand in the dark. Gentle, sure, unhurried. Contact is enough. After contact, quiet returns. Your breath is the metronome that needs no ticking. In, the field subtly gathers and rounds. Out, it spreads and levels. The top pause is a room where the field rests in a perfect circle. The bottom pause is a room where the field rests in a perfect plane. Circle. Plane. The change between them is the smallest hinge. It turns itself. You watch because watching is restful. Your jaw is loose. Your tongue keeps its perch. Your lips touch as two calm lines. The throat is the open corridor with no draft. Sound thins to shape. Shape thins to tone. Tone thins to presence. Presence remains. The room hums at that level. You join the room at that level. There is no seam. You notice a soft line of cool along the crown. It descends to the soft place behind the heart. You notice a soft line of warm at the base. It rises to the same place. They touch and flatten again. The touch is less an event now and more a habit. Habit is sky you can trust. The spine acknowledges with a long patience. The belly agrees by rounding without fall. Your shoulders offer their last held thread, and the thread dissolves. The oval between your hands breathes with you. It does not change size. It changes clarity. On the inhale, it shines as a sense of order. On the exhale, it settles as a sense of belonging. Order without rules. Belonging without border. You realize the elders shaped nothing. They allowed shape to appear. Patience did the work. Patience continues. A mild current travels down the arms to the elbows, then returns as heat that is softer than heat. The wrists feel ringed by invisible smooth bands. They are not tight. They confirm. A matching band sits around the base of the skull. Another rests lightly at the low back. All are evenly present, like quiet hands that never press. The field under your palms thickens a hair, then evens. When it thickens, the chest feels the lift it wanted, but did not ask for. When it evens, the belly receives the rest it needed, but did not seek. The heart's back room stays open. The breath finishes what it begins. Nothing is left undone. You let the thought arise. What now? It comes as a small ripple at the edge of the field. The room answers. Nothing now. This is now. The ripple smooths. Your face becomes clear, not bright. The sinuses hollow in comfort. The brow cools like stone under thin water. The ears listen backward and forward and hear the same hush both ways. This means the flow is level. The stone keeps the way simple. It remains what it is. Round, warm, even. Its presence prevents you from reaching. Reaching would wrinkle the cloth. You stay. The field performs the smallest turn a breath can make. It traces a slow figure within the oval, then rests. Over, under. Not woven by you, woven around you. The tracing leaves no mark. The mark is the felt evenness after. As the warmth evens, you feel wider, but calmer. Not larger, wider, like a lake understood from its shore. The edges are friendly. The middle is home. The hands drift a hair apart without moving. Space appears between the palms, as if it had been there all night. It has. You have simply arrived in the same place where it waits. Across chest and back, a blanket of mild, low heat spreads. Not heavy, not light, just right. It falls to the ribs and stays. It reaches the flanks and stops. It does not need to cover all. Enough is enough. The breath takes its time, finishing a cycle. You notice the pauses are rooms with windows open to the same garden. They trade air without wind. You sit in both somehow, and there is no puzzle. The field quiets to the point where quiet no longer feels like quiet. It feels like the natural state. The room agrees by lowering its hum one more shade. You rest without measuring rest. You allow without checking allowance. You are with the gentle flow that shapes itself, soft and sure. And you are safe here. Threads of attention cross and lie flat. They appear when you stop trying to see them. Fine, even strands, dull as stone in shade. Over, under. Your breath sets the loom. In lifts a strand across the chest. Out settles another along the back. The pauses place the small knots that do not tighten. The knots are rooms. They hold shape without pull. Over, under, over, under. The pattern begins simple and stays simple. Your hands hover in their quiet oval. The right palm warms with the stone's steady moon. The left palm cools with the air's soft field. Where the warmth meets the cool, a thread appears. Where the cool meets the warmth, another appears. You do not twist. You do not draw. They cross themselves and lie flat. Your mind weaves without effort. It is not a task. It is the way noticing meets breath. Each inhale carries a strand from brow to the soft place behind the heart. Each exhale carries a strand from pelvis to the same place. They meet and soften. They meet and flatten. The crossing is contact. The flattening is ease. Nothing fastens. Nothing binds. It is cloth by courtesy, not by need. The body feels wrapped and safe, not wrapped tight. Wrapped the way dusk wraps a garden, touch without pressure. Along the ribs, the weave spreads to the sides. A thread slides under the right shoulder blade, then another under the left. They lie down like reeds under slow water. The back broadens to host them. The front agrees by yielding a finger of space. A blanket forms where blankets are made of listening. Over, under, over, under. The elder once called this the simple cloth. He did not show it with his hands. He showed it by being a place where threads knew how to rest. You borrow his manner by letting each breath finish what it starts. The top pause smooths the last small ripple on the surface. The bottom pause presses nothing, and still everything settles. The stone is now part of the cloth. Its round warmth repeats as a small sun woven into the center panel. The sun does not glow. It keeps tone, like a drum no one strikes that still holds rhythm. Around it, cool threads fan in even rays. Warm threads answer from below and close the small gap with kindness. Where the rays meet, there is no seam. Sameness becomes the seam. The jaw stays loose. The tongue keeps its perch. The throat is an open corridor with no draft. The ears listen backward and forward and hear the same hush both ways. That tells you the weft is level. The warp is true. The face grows clear, not bright. The brow is a cool stone under thin water. Cheekbones float in their light, patient way. Lips touch as two calm lines. Your mind weaves without effort because the loom is the posture and the shuttle is the breath. You notice a slow slide from left to right, then from right to left, across the collarbones. It is not a task. It is a tide. A thread passes with it, settles, and stays. Another crosses downward at the sternum, settles, and stays. A loose grid forms that holds no weight and still holds everything. Over, under, over, under. If a thought rises, it is a stray strand above the field. The next exhale lays it flat. If a memory curls, it lays at the edge like a fringe that does not need trimming. The cloth accepts fringe. Edges are friendly. Nothing snags because nothing asks to be straightened. You feel the old ache between the shoulders soften a hair. The fabric covers it and makes no claim. The elder nods you onward without being here. The nod is the room's soft hum, dipping a shade lower. The weaving answers by widening. It moves under the arms and meets at the sides. It slides down the flanks and rests at the hips. The bowl of the pelvis receives it like a seat cushion that already knows you. You sit deeper without sinking. The spine thanks you by forgetting to try. Threads of attention cross and lie flat across the low back. One warm band circles. One cool band circles. They meet behind the heart and flatten. Meeting is enough. Merging is not asked for. The belly rounds in trust. The breath chooses the simplest shore. In rises without foam. Out lays itself down without break. The pauses are rooms with windows that face the same quiet courtyard. Over, under, over, under. The pattern repeats until repetition becomes home. The stone remains, the small sun at center. The left palm remains the open sky. Between them, the oval of quiet keeps its even tone. The cloth drapes from the oval as if from a gentle frame. It covers the chest, the back, the sides, then folds itself over the knees you have not moved. Knees float without rise, ankles slack, toes soft. The body feels wrapped and safe. Your head remembers crown cool. Your base remembers a plate of patient warm. The rope between hums as one living line. Over, under, over, under. You feel a thread slide across the brow and smooth what never needed smoothing. You feel a thread settle behind the ears and confirm the listening. You feel a thread across the throat that does not press and still protects. Your mind weaves without effort. Breath is the weaver. You are the cloth becoming itself. The stone is part of the cloth. The elder nods you onward, and the cloth lays over a doorway to open space. It does not close it. It makes it kind. The weave reaches the threshold and rests there, flat, even, sure. The door waits. The cloth waits. You wait without waiting. Everything is ready by being at ease. A garden of herbs that do not need names lies ahead, mild and sure. The woven cloth rests over the doorway and makes the opening kind. You do not lift it. You are lifted as breath completes itself. In the cloth is the sky. Out, the sky is the cloth. You pass through as a leaf passes shade. No rustle, no mark. Already beyond, you hover a palm's height above soft greens. Leaves are soft, scents mild. The air holds a faint cool like stone at dawn. A low warm rises from soil that remembers sun. Between both, you float. Stems stand in even rows that were not planted for order, but became order by growing at ease. Rounds of flat leaf, lances of thin leaf, fronds that barely move. All are calm, all are simple. You float a palm's height above them. The height is not measured. It is felt in the skin of the shins, in the quiet hollows of the ankles. A steady distance that keeps touch kind. Your breath sets the drift. In, you rise a hair you cannot count. Out, you settle the same hair. The garden accepts your shadow and makes no fuss. Shadow is a cool blessing that comes and goes with your tide. No wind, just drift. The world is calm. The air is a soft cloth laid flat across the whole field. When you move, the cloth moves with you. There is no parting. There is no crease. The elder would call this shared ease. You do not need the word. You know the feel. It is the inside version of walking a slow path with someone who never tugs. The stone keeps the same warmth. It rests in the right palm, as it has in all rooms. Its round is a quiet center that does not ask for use. The left palm meets air that is not air, that same gentle field that has accompanied you. Between both hands, the oval remains steady. From that steadiness, your flight maintains its simple level, even, kind, sure. Your breath moves the smallest stems, a barely seen bow at the tips, not a bend, not a sway, a nod. They nod back to the tide that raised them from seed. Top pause, they stand. Bottom pause, they stand. In and out, They agree to greet by the slightest change. The greeting is enough. You feel your ribs widen a hair. You feel your belly lower a hair. The garden understands your language. Leaves are soft. You sense the dull green of broad, kind leaves that hold water like memory. You sense thin, silver edges on small lances that keep a cool line in warm air. You sense a low, round herb that smells faint as bread when it rains. Scents rise only as far as your willingness. They wait at the lip of the nose. They do not enter without being welcomed. You welcome none in particular. They take the hint and rest near, like friends who know quiet is the plan. No names are needed. Naming would harden the edges. The garden keeps edges soft. You learn each plant by its way of holding stillness. One holds stillness like a bowl, one like a woven mat, one like a small hill at evening. Your mind catalogues nothing, yet remembers all by tone. Tones layer like thin cloths until the air feels full and light at once. You pass over a bed where tiny white blooms pinprick the shade. They do not insist. They add a cool brightness to the general hush. You pass over a row of tall stems with seed heads that look like quiet bells. Bells that never ring, and so mark all time. The elder would nod. You nod inside the chest, a motion that does not move bone. Your drift carries you to a shallow pool let into the earth. Its surface is smooth as the mirror you know, but it belongs to air and sky. No ripple. Fish do not stir it. A soft ring of moss keeps its boundary gentle. Your shadow touches the water and forgets to sharpen. The pool offers back a dusk image of leaf and stillness. It is another way of saying you are safe here. A low wall of flat stone borders one side. Warm from old sun, it gives the air a mild bake that tastes like roof tiles. Afternoon. You hover near it. The right side of the face feels a thin warm. The left feels a thin cool from the shade under the wall's lip. Between them, your nose finds the neutral line. Breath crosses there, even and unbothered. The body notes the balance and lets go again. You float at the height of bees that are not today. Their absence is a kind of presence. The pathways between beds are dust that does not lift. The edges of the rows are slight ridges that do not invite the foot, and still are friendly to it. Your legs feel the memory of steps you do not take. The thighs release another small thread. Knees float without rise. Ankles slack. Toes soft. Your breath keeps the garden company. The garden keeps your breath company. Over, under, over, under. A thread slides along the brow and rests. Another slides along the back of the heart and rests. The weaving continues, now scented with earth that needs no name. The cloth you wear and the cloth of ground recognize each other and agree to keep their distance, like two calm lakes on the same plain. You pass a patch of herbs that hold cool in their leaves. Even from your place above, the air drops one small degree without a number. Crown drinks that thin line of clean. Below the navel, a plate of patient warm answers from deeper soil. They meet behind the heart and flatten. Contact without consequence. Meeting without merging. Enough. Beyond the garden's far edge, an old terrace shines dull and kind. Its stones are wide, its joints simple. No weeds pry at them, no need to prove work. The terrace waits the way all next places should wait. Present, low, patient. The breath lengthens by a hair. The pauses widen like doors already open. You do not aim. You allow. The drift that has carried you since the first soft leaving carries you now toward that level ground. You thank the garden by not turning back to look. Looking would make a line too sharp. You let the scent fall behind without falling. You let the shade and the mild sun remain where they are. You remain with the drift. The stone remains the same. Your name remains a tone under the tone. The air remains the soft cloth laid flat. Beyond the garden, the old terrace lifts into presence. You arrive by already being near. The stems below stop nodding, as if to say, we have finished our part. You answer by finishing an exhale and letting the bottom room hold you level. The next shore waits a palm ahead, wide and plain. You are carried, and you are safe. Flat stones warmed by long days meet you, dull and kind. You hover just above them, and their stored heat speaks in a language of patience. The joints between slabs are simple lines where dust has learned to rest without gathering. No weeds press. No proof is asked. The terrace does not tell a story. It offers a place where stories stop needing to be told. Marks of many feet that stood in stillness lie faint in the stone. Heel ovals, soft front crescents, a wide stance polished to a mild sheen. They are not signatures. They are the memory of arrival, repeated often enough to become tone. The air above them carries a low warm that rises only as far as the breath allows. You let the breath allow. It rises a thread, and no more. You hover above the marks, a palm's height, the same as the garden, only steadier. The skin over the shins knows the distance. Ankles slack. Knees float without rise. The thighs go quiet. The pelvis is a good bowl, level and sure. The spine hums as one living rope. Crown drinks a thin line of clean cool. Base holds a plate of patient warm. They meet behind the heart and flatten. Meeting is enough. A low wall looks out to inner hills, not far, not near. Low, plain backs of land rolling like breath at scale. The wall has the same simple joints as the floor. Its top is smooth with long time. The sun that once taught it warmth now rests in the stone like a lesson that can be recalled at will. You drift closer until your face feels a mild bake on one side and a thin cool on the other. Between both, the nose finds balance. Breath crosses there, even and unbothered. You rise, then settle, like a leaf's thought. In, a hair upward you cannot count. Out, the same hair downward. The terrace approves by not changing. Approval here is sameness. The shoulders let one more thread slip. The jaw remembers to let go again. The tongue rests at its ridge. The throat is an open corridor with no draft. The chest opens to the top pause like a doorway without a door. The bottom pause lays a floor that holds like packed loam. Marks of many feet that stood in stillness shine a shade more when your shadow passes. Not brighter, clearer. As if the stone likes company that does not ask. You do not place your own mark. You hover. Your body below remains safe, warm. The right palm keeps the green stone steady and round. It says here by being here. The left palm cups the soft field that has followed you through all rooms. Between both, the oval of quiet holds true. You look to the long edge where terrace meets air. The low wall draws a simple line, and beyond it, the valley is a page turned to its quiet side. You do not read it. You feel the ease of a wide sentence that needs no nouns. The inner hills are clauses that agree with breath. In, the nearest slope enters the chest as a mild cool. Out, the far slope returns as a mild warm. They meet behind the heart and level. The paragraph ends itself. A small flock of not birds moves across your sense the way a memory might, present as a shifting of shade rather than form. You let it pass. The terrace remains. The world is calm. The room hum lays flat. A finer hush arcs just above it. Both layers meet without touching. Agreement keeps itself. You rest on that agreement, and your name becomes a gentle yes, not a word, a presence that answers without needing a question. The marks soften as your hovering steadies. They seem to fade and yet become more sure, like a tone heard better when the ear stops trying. You understand how stillness sinks into matter, how standing can be flight when the ground chooses to hold. The terrace teaches by being a place where the body forgets to check, and forgetting remembers trust. You drift along the stones, not forward, with. Each slab has its own mild temperature, its own quiet scent of mineral and old day. One is faintly cooler under the shadow of the wall's corner. One is faintly warmer where sun once lingered. The skin of your feet notices without moving. Toes soft, heels at ease. Arches feel as if they rest on something kind, though they do not touch. A low breeze that is not breeze crosses the terrace at the level of your knees. It is the breath returning from the valley's wide chest. It carries no smell, only the idea that space breathes too. In, you meet it. Out, you let it pass. The pauses feel like empty courtyards with open gates in every direction. You stand in all of them at once by not standing anywhere in particular. The elder once stood here many days, and the stone kept his quiet the way a bowl keeps water. You sense his manner the way you sense dusk under eaves. A patient tone, a sure slack in the jaw, a gaze that did not need to fix. His nod is not needed now. The terrace nods for him. It does so by remaining itself. You rise, then settle, like a leaf's thought, again. The oval between your hands breathes with you. On the inhale, it becomes order. On the exhale, it becomes belonging. Order without rules. Belonging without border. The stone keeps the way simple. It remains round, warm, even. The left palm remains the same sky. Both together remain the same bowl. Bowl becomes middle. Middle becomes everywhere. Above the wall, a slow, wide valley waits. It waits by being present without call. Distance without longing. You travel without trying. The terrace is the last little shore. The next shore is already under your breath. In, the crown cool draws a thread from the open width. Out, the belly warm returns a thread to the open width. The meeting behind the heart is enough. The body below is safe, warm. You hover over the marks, then, with the simplest yes, allow the valley to receive you. Distance without longing spreads before you. Reinen and simple. The valley receives you as if you had always hung above its plain. Low folds of ground breathe in their slow way. Near hills and far hills share one tone. The line of the horizon is a soft thread laid with care. Nothing asks to be reached. Everything offers to be with. You travel without trying. Drift carries you the length of a breath and then another. In, a hair upward you cannot count. Out, the same hair downward. The ground below is a quilt of dull greens and browns, patched by years that never hurried. Paths appear and fade like thoughts that decide to rest. Stones hold small shadows shaped like commas in a sentence that pauses often. The stone rests in your hand, easy, round, warm, even. It is the small moon that keeps your center. The left palm cups the same soft field you have known. Between both, the oval remains level. It does not steer. It confirms. The shoulders offer another thread. The jaw loosens and stays loose. The tongue keeps its ridge. The throat remains the open corridor with no draft. Your breath counts itself. Not numbers, a knowing. In chooses its shore. Out chooses its shore. Top pause is a room with windows open to high light. Bottom pause is a room with windows open to low warm. They trade air without wind. You stand in both by not stepping. The ribs widen a hair. The belly lowers a hair. The rope from crown to base hums as one living line. Across the valley, dry creeks write faint lines that hold no rush. They are notes to rain that may come or may not, and both are fine. You pass over one and feel a thin, cool rise, a memory of water. Below the navel, a plate of patient, warm answers from the stored sun in the soil. They meet behind the heart and flatten. Contact without consequence. Enough. A stand of trees that do not need your name lifts out of the plain. Their tops level with your floating. Their leaves are dull coins that turn only when breath turns. You do not brush them. They keep their quiet. Between trunks, shadows pool like simple wells that never ask to be fetched from. The air smells like mild bark and old day, but the scent stops at the lip of the nose, patient as all things here. the elder's teaching returns. Do less. You do less, and it feels like more ease, where the mind would point and call this or that. The valley offers a softer verb. Be. Be with the slow grade that rises and falls, like the chest of land asleep. Be with the far line where sky sits on earth, and neither weighs the other. Be with the middle where you hover, a bowl inside a larger bowl. You meet places where wind once worked, ridges rubbed into round, gullies worn into mildness. You feel the past in them as a tone, not a picture. They do not ask you to imagine. They ask you to notice that even effort ends as ease when given enough years. Your belly rounds with trust. Your back widens to hold the pause. Your name thins to a presence that requires no edge. A small flock of not birds moves across your sense again, lighter than before. Their passage is the faint dimming of a distant sheet of water, the kind that might never be found. You let it pass. The valley remains. The world is calm. The room hum you carry lays flat and low. Above it, a finer hush arcs, matching the wide bowl below. Agreement keeps itself. You drift toward a shallow rise that looks like a sleeping animal. When you reach it, you find that its curve fits your breath. In, its back lifts under you by a thought. Out, it lowers by the same thought. You understand the old word, with, not on, not over, with the rise, with the fall, with the plane that does neither and still never leaves. Farther on, a ribbon of dust road crosses from left to right. It is the color of a warm sigh. It holds faint wheel marks that stop, then begin, then stop. You read them as pauses in a long sentence, written by a cart that knew how to rest. Your pauses answer. Top room, you pass over the left edge. Bottom room, you pass over the right. The road approves by remaining what it is. Distance without longing means the far hills do not call. They wait the way a friend waits in a quiet room, already pleased. You do not aim for them. They do not shrink. The space between behaves like cloth laid flat. When you move, the cloth moves with you. No crease forms. The oval between your hands stays level. The stone remains the small moon that says here. A patch of low scrub sends up a cooler line that brushes the shins. It is the valley's way of reminding you that variety is not a demand. Above the heart, a thin, clean opens. Below the navel, a matching warm answers. They meet, flatten, and vanish into evenness. You say yes inside the chest without words. Your jaw lets go again. Always more soft is possible. In the far end, a round door stands half open. You did not look for it. It appears the way dusk appears, by arriving inside your noticing. It is not in a wall. It is in the air, in the tone of the day, in the level of your breath. A circle of soft night leaned against the wide plain. Not dark, not bright. A rest made visible. You travel without trying. The door remains where it is, and yet draws near, because nearness here is recognition. You recognize it as the next room, shaped like the bottom pause. It waits without tug. You answer without reach. The valley under you goes on being valley. You go on being held. The small moon in your palm keeps its steady warm. Your name stays a presence, thin and kind. Distance without longing teaches the last small lesson. Approach can be rest too. You let the next exhale finish on its own. You let the bottom room hold you a little wider. When the inhale begins, it does so without hurry. And in that oft beginning, you and the round door agree. You are already near. You are already welcome. You drift toward the threshold that is not a line, and you are safe here. Night that is not dark reaches you like a soft yes. The round door stands half open in the air, its edge a faint halo where day thins into rest. Stars that are kind hang within it, steady and dull as warm stones. They do not blink. They do not urge. They are the quiet of long patience made visible. You hover before the threshold as if it were the bottom pause given a circle. You pass through with a small exhale. No push, no step. The door remains, and you are beyond it, the way a shore remains, while the tide changes sides. Inside is the same as outside, softer. The tone lowers one shade. The air is the texture of dusk held in a careful bowl. Your ribs widen a hair without thought. Your belly lowers a hair without plan. Top room, the door feels behind you. Bottom room, the door feels around you. The stone dims to match the night. Not less warm, less intent. It no longer seems a moon. It seems a round memory of day that agrees to rest. In your right palm, it is your palm. No seam, no border. The left hand cups the same field that has followed you. Between both, the oval holds like a small lake that has learned the shape of the wind and so is never troubled. Your name is now the space around you. Not a word, not a tone. The sense that everything here knows you by your being and asks for nothing. You feel it as an evenness from shoulder to shoulder, from hip to hip, from crown to base. The rope hums as one living line. The crown drinks a thin clean that is night cool. The base answers with a plate of warm that is night kind. They meet behind the heart and flatten until meeting is simply the way the body feels when it is done trying. You hover in warm night, and there is no direction. Above is not above. Below is not below. Near hills from the valley wander into the chamber of air and make softer slopes with no ground. Stars hold their places like small pauses set in a wide sentence. You ride the sentence without reading. Breath is the grammar. In, the clause opens its window. Out, the clause closes it gently. No latch, no click, only permission. A low glow rises from nowhere in particular and rests at knee height. It is not light that shows. It is light that soothes. Your shins feel the mild balm of it, as if wrapped by cloth that remembers your size. Ankles slack. Knees float without rise. Thighs stop helping. Pelvis remains a good bowl. The spine thanks you by remembering length. The face becomes clear, not bright. Sinuses hollow in comfort. The brow is a cool stone under thin water. Lips touch as two calm lines. Night that is not dark has a scent you do not need to breathe to know. It is the absence of edges. A far field of dry earth after a warm day. A near hush of leaf that did not move. The scent comes to the lip of the nose and rests there like a friend who knows quiet is the plan. You welcome it by not reaching. Welcoming here is the same as not turning away. Stars that are kind reveal their nature by staying. Each one is a small room with a window open to the same courtyard. When you look, you do not leave. When you do not look, they remain. A thin thread descends from crown to the soft place behind the heart. A matching thread rises from the base to the same place. They touch and flatten. Contact without consequence. Meeting without merging. Enough. Your breath finds the simplest shore and repeats it until repetition becomes the only story worth telling. In rises without foam. Out lays itself down without break. Top room. A window opens to a field of mild cool laid across the chest. Bottom room. A window opens to a floor of patient warm held at the belly. They trade air without wind. You are in both rooms by not choosing. The right palm with the stone feels as if it rests on a low shelf made of the night itself. The left palm, sky since the first rooms, becomes a second shelf. Between them, the oval of quiet is a small hearth with no fire, warm for what it is, calm for what it does not need to do. The shoulders let one last thread slip. The jaw lets go again. Always more soft is possible. Inside the door, sound has the shape of a long breath laid flat. No echoes return with edges. If a thought enters, it is a moth that forgot to flutter. It drifts, touches the oval's rim, and settles in the soft warm without a mark. If a plan arrives, it becomes a star, kind by learning to stay. If a memory appears, it takes a chair by the hearth and falls asleep. You float in warm night and sense the world as a single bowl held by careful hands. The bowl does not sway. It receives. The elder's far yes reaches you like a line drawn in the air, felt, but not seen. It has no words. You answer by finishing an exhale and allowing the bottom room to hold you wider. The door remains half open, behind and around. It will remain half open ahead as well. Night does not close. Night is the open that does not ask for eyes. You pass deeper by not moving at all. The stone keeps the way simple. The name is the source that says you are welcome precisely as you are. Breathing is the only act, and even it is not an act. It is the tide of being allowed. Stars that are kind keep their small vigil. The glow at the knees eases lower, then higher, then settles at the heart by becoming nothing more than the ease you already feel. Inside is the same as outside, softer. You are safe here. The nest of quiet bodies. Shapes like bodies. Rest gather in a low room that feels like the bottom pause made into a place. They lie as soft mounds under a wide, even hush. No faces, no edges, only the steady rise and fall that belongs to beings who learned to be with breath. Their hum is the same tone you carry. It greets your tone and agrees without touching. They breathe slow, like you. In, a hair upward, you cannot count. Out, the same hair downward. The room meets the rhythm and becomes a blanket that holds everyone without weight. The floor is the kind of firm that remembers feet and still prefers to be bed. The ceiling is dusk held as a gentle lid. The walls are kindness shaped as quiet. You do not touch, but you feel together. Together is not closeness. Together is agreement. Your ribs widen a hair. Their mounds widen a hair. Your belly lowers a hair. Their mounds lower a hair. The pauses appear as shared rooms inside a larger house. Top room opens to mild cool across all chests. Bottom room opens to patient warm across all bellies. They trade air without wind. Everyone is in both by not choosing. The stone rests on your chest in mind, not on bone, on the field that holds above bone like a shelf the night taught you. Round, warm, even. It is the small sun woven into the cloth, now placed where cloth and body are the same. It does nothing different. It says here, by being here, you feel the right palm agree. You feel the left palm grow as wide as the room and still be hand. Each breath lowers you into the nest, not down onto others, down into the shared field that lives above the floor. The height between skin and stone is the same palm's height that kept you above garden and terrace. Now it reduces by trust, not by measure. With each exhale, a thread of space becomes belonging. With each inhale, belonging becomes order. The oval between your hands holds steady, then thins, then widens, without changing what it is. You are safe here. Safety shows as forgetting to brace. The jaw lets go again. The tongue keeps its ridge. The throat is an open corridor with no draft. Shoulders release one last small thread you did not know you held. The back widens to host the top room with ease. The belly rounds to host the bottom room with ease. The long rope from crown to base hums as one living line. Crown drinks a thin clean. Base holds a plate of warm. They meet behind the heart and flatten into the felt fact of we. Shapes like bodies at rest teach by not teaching. One mound is long and low, its breath slow and wide. Another is small and deep, its breath short and complete. A third is wide at the hips, narrow at the shoulders, and its tide is like a lake in still weather. You learn without looking. Your breath takes from each what it needs to become more itself. It rises without foam. It lays itself down without break. They breathe slow, like you, and the room's hum drops one shade. That is the signal that the nest has received you. A mild glow appears at knee height again. Not light to see by, light that soothes. It sweeps across the field once and then dissolves. An invisible band circles the base of the skull. Another rings the low back. Both bands confirm the weave you wear and the weave the room is. Level, true, kind. You do not touch, but you feel together in small, clear ways. A thread slides across the brow and smooths what did not need smoothing. At that exact moment, a mound 3 spans to your left, makes the same small doffening. Agreement keeps itself. A thread settles behind the heart. Across the room, a mound 2 spans to your right finds the same place and settles, meeting without merging. Enough. The stone rests on your chest in mind, and you notice the chest stop needing to rise as high. Not less air, less effort. The pauses grow a hair wider. Top room feels like windows open to a night field that knows your name by presence alone. Bottom room feels like a low hearth that holds warmth without flame. You remain for a few cycles, and cycles stop feeling like cycles. Time takes off its shoes again and sits. Each breath lowers you into the nest until the sense of hovering becomes the sense of being held. The palm's height becomes a finger's height. The finger's height becomes a thought. The thought becomes nothing. You do not land. You are received by the field the room has always kept ready. Your ribs rest in their wideness. Your belly rests in its round. Your face becomes clear, not bright. Sinuses hollow in comfort. Brow cool as stone under thin water. Lips touch as 2 calm lines. You are safe here, and the nest knows it. The hum of the room settles into the same layer as your own tone. Above it, a finer hush arcs like a roof drawn by patience. They meet without touching. Agreement does the keeping. You feel the elders' far yes appear at the edge of sense and pass through like a slow bell that never rings. It marks nothing, and so all is marked. The nest slowly lifts, soft flight within stillness. Not up, with. Every mound rises a hair on in-breath and lowers a hair on out-breath. The shared field holds like cloth on many steady frames. You rise with them because you are them where breath is concerned. Hands remain a bowl. Bowl remains middle. Middle remains everywhere. The stone remains the small round center that prevents reach. Distance disappears as a need. Togetherness becomes the fact the room is made from. You feel a circle form at the soft place behind the heart, not drawn by you. A twin circle forms below the navel. not asked for. They widen until they touch everything, and then stop widening because nothing is outside. The rope between crown and base hums one smooth note. The nest hums the same note. You rest inside the note, and the note rests inside you. You do not touch, and yet you feel the kind weight of others near. It is not weight on you. It is weight given back to the field that holds all of you. If a thought rises, it becomes a small mound that breathes once and turns into room. If a plan appears, it lies down and agrees to be a pause. If a memory comes, it listens to the hum and falls asleep. Each breath lowers you into the nest, and the nest lifts you on the same tide. The motion cancels into calm. The bottom room opens under everyone at once, and you feel it like packed loam that can host endless steps and still choose to be bed. The top room opens above everyone at once, and you feel it like a lid made of dusk that never presses. Between both, you are with. With is enough. You are safe here. The high plane of gentle drift. A plane with no edges receives the nest as it rises and thins into one wide hush. You are carried, and you remain. The field has no height, no floor, only the feel of evenness stretched in all directions. It is not sky. It is not ground. It is the pause made large enough to live inside. You float with others, apart yet near. Near is a tone, not a distance. You sense small presences, like faint lamps that do not shine. Each holds to its own breath. Each adds to the plane by being steady. Your breath aligns without trying. In, a hair upward you cannot count. Out, the same hair downward. The upward does not rise. The downward does not fall. Drift becomes the same as staying. No talk, no signs, just being. If a thought lifts its head, it finds nothing to lean on, and so lies down. If a memory peaks, it finds no doorway to leave through, and turns into quiet. The plane welcomes what appears, and makes it simple. You feel your shoulders forget their map of old tasks. The tongue keeps the ridge. The jaw lets go again. Always more soft is possible. The stone is now a calm center. You knew it as moon, lamp, sun in the cloth. Here, it is the exact middle you do not need to find. Round, warm, even. It does not mark your place. It reveals that place is wherever breath completes. In the right palm, it is your palm. No seam, no border, In the left, the soft field continues to cup what needs no holding. Your breath keeps pace with their breath, not matched, not forced. Agreement. Like many bowls placed under the same slow rain. Top room opens across the whole plain. Bottom room opens across the whole plain. They trade air without wind. You are in both by not choosing. The ribs widen a hair and keep their wideness as a new normal. The belly lowers a hair and keeps its round as a new ground. You feel held by a wide, quiet field. Held means not falling and not clutching. The rope from crown to base hums as one living line. Crown drinks a thin clean that is cool like night far above still water. Base keeps a plate of patient warm like stone taught by many days. They meet behind the heart and flatten into the plane itself. There is no event, only the recognition that ease is continuous. At the edge that is not an edge, presences drift past and through without crossing. Each presence is a room with its own window open to the same courtyard. When one comes near, your tone deepens a shade, then returns. When one moves away, your tone lightens a shade, then returns. You remain clear, not bright. Brow is cool stone under thin water. Lips meet as two calm lines. Breathing is the paragraph you now live in. You float with others, apart yet near, and the plane reveals a single, slow current. It has no direction, yet it is felt like a broad hand gliding under the mid-back. It lifts just enough to remind the chest how to stay open without effort. It lowers just enough to remind the belly how to rest without falling. You recognize the current as patience given shape. No talk, no signs, just being. And yet a message forms. It is the old sentence the elder never said with words. Do less. You do less. Breath finishes itself. The pauses become courtyards with open gates that need no walls. The courtyards share the same air. You are in all of them by not moving. The stone is now a calm center that quiets even the habit of checking. When you glance inside to see if it is there, you meet your own palm. That is enough. The field between the hands is the same oval, now so even that it feels like a single note held by a long instrument. Not loud. True. The wrists feel smooth rings that confirm. The base of the skull answers with its quiet band. Level. Level. Your breath keeps pace with their breath. and for a few cycles, you feel the whole plane inhale, not larger, clearer. A finer hush rises and arches above the general hush, then rests. The whole plane exhales, not smaller, closer. The finer hush settles and thickens into the general hush, then rests. Agreement keeps itself. You rest on agreement. You feel held by a wide, quiet field, and you notice a new softness, a tension that does not seek. It sits like a bowl in the middle of the bowl. It receives the same quiet it offers. If a question forms, it becomes a star that does not blink. If an answer tries to form, it dissolves into the star. Both stay. Neither presses. Your name becomes the simple sense that being here is being you. The plane with no edges rolls once in the way that a thought might turn over in sleep. You are turned without moving. The chest remains open. The belly remains warm. The rope remains one living line. You sense, faint and kind, a bell at the far edge. It does not ring. The not sound lowers the tone one shade. The plane nods. You nod by finishing an exhale. You float with others, apart yet near. No talk, no signs, just being. The stone is now a calm center. Your breath keeps pace with their breath. You feel held by a wide, quiet field. At the far edge, the bell that never rings waits by simply continuing to be itself. You drift toward it by remaining here, and you are safe. The non-ringing bell. A bell that quiets by not sounding, waits at the far edge that is not an edge. Its shape is known without being seen. Wide, plain, hung from nothing. It quiets by staying the same while your breath finishes what it begins. In, you near it by a hair you cannot count. Out, you are beside it by not arriving. The plane approves by keeping one even tone. You listen and feel smoother. Listening here is not about ear. It is the way the chest opens to the top room without plan. It is the way the belly lowers to the bottom room without aim. The not sound moves like a slow hand across water that does not ripple. It leaves clarity, not mark. Your ribs widen a hair. Your back broadens a hair. Your face grows clear, not bright. The elders taught this bell long ago, not with talk, but by standing where it would have been if the plane had a center. He let the not sound fill the pause, and then let the pause fill him. You feel the trace of his manner now. a patience that needed no proof. His yes is a line that crosses here the way dusk crosses a courtyard. The line meets everything and becomes everything. It marks nothing, and so all is marked, because nothing is named, nothing is missed. The bell's not sound is a calendar with no days on it, a clock with hands that rest at ease. When your breath turns, the bell turns with it by not turning at all. Top room feels a mild clean that sits across the chest like a thin sheet. Bottom room feels a patient warm that rests at the belly like a steady stone. The stone rests under the bell in mind, round, warm, even. It is the small center that keeps you from reaching toward the shape that needs no reach. Your right palm recognizes it as itself. Your left palm cups the same oval that has kept its tone since the first rooms. Between both, the field is so even that it feels like presence more than shape. Presence that needs no check. Your name is the silence it points to. Not a word. Not even a tone now. The sense that being here is the answer to any question that might have formed. Questions lie down. Answers do not rise. There is only the bell's not sound, and the way it smooths the last small ripple from habit. Jaw lets go again. Tongue keeps the ridge. Throat is the open corridor with no draft. You listen and feel smoother, and new detail appears. A cool thread descends at crown and meets the soft place behind the heart. A warm plate rises from base and meets the same place. They touch and flatten until touching is no longer an event. The rope from crown to base remains one living line. The plane hums. The bell's not sound lowers that hum one shade. Agreement holds. The elder taught this bell long ago, and you feel what he meant. Rest is a gate that opens by not being there. The bell is that absence given form. It marks nothing, and so all is marked. The top room and the bottom room trade air without wind, and the trading is the ceremony. You are included by default. Inclusion needs no ceremony. You breathe, and therefore you belong. A ring of ease forms at the base of the skull, a smooth band that confirms the level. A twin band circles the low back. Both are the bell's afterimage, though there was no image. They do not press. They let you know that the weave you wear and the plane you inhale are the same cloth. Over, under, over, under. Threads lie flat. The loom is your posture. The shuttle is breath. The cloth is the field itself. You listen and feel smoother, and a small thought appears. When will it ring? The not sound answers by smoothing that too. When is not a bell here? When is a habit that can soften? The thought becomes a star that does not blink and joins the kind sky that has followed you since the door. Satisfied, it stays. You stay. The bell stays. Nothing seeks. The elder taught this bell long ago. Standing beside it now, you understand what was offered. A way to let endings finish without grasp, and let beginnings begin without push. You finish an exhale. The not sound holds the bottom room open a thread wider. You begin an inhale. The not sound meets the top room with a thread of cool. Both threads meet behind the heart and become the single feeling called enough. It marks nothing, and so all is marked. The plane rolls once, like a thought turning over in sleep. The bell does not move. Your place does not change. The stone remains the calm center you do not have to find. Your name remains the silence it points to. The plane's hum and the bell's not sound lay together like two sheets on the same bed. You rest between them and are not between them at all. From the bell, the way rounds back by remaining level. You do not turn. Turning happens as sameness. The breath completes and completes again. The pauses remain rooms with windows open to the same courtyard. You are in all of them by not choosing. The non-ringing bell continues not to ring. And in that refusing, it concludes every note. You feel the far yes, like a soft edge to the air. You accept. You are safe. You rise without rising. The breath lifts you, as it always has, and the hall receives you by being the shape of ease. The floor is packed loam, remembered, rather than met. The air is dusk in a bowl made from your ribs. Your steps are not steps. They are pauses that move. In, a hair forward you cannot count. Out, the same hair nearer. You walk without steps. The corridor lengthens when the inhale opens, shortens when the exhale finishes, and you are carried along the simple change. Doors ease because you do not ask. Latches yield because the hand is already home. A low lamp somewhere is not a lamp. It is the tone that follows you, level, kind. The hall is wide, then near. Width belongs to the top room. Near belongs to the bottom room. Both stay open Both trade air without wind. Your shoulders lower another thin thread. Your jaw lets go again. The tongue keeps its ridge. The throat remains a corridor with no draft. The rope from crown to base hums as one living line. Crown drinks thin clean. Base keeps patient warm. They meet behind the heart and flatten into ordinary peace. The night in you is warm. It settles along the back like a shawl woven of pauses. The belly keeps its round. The chest keeps its quiet width. Thoughts arrive as fringe and become cloth. Plans arrive as small stars and choose to stay. Memory stands in a doorway and nods you through before sitting down to rest. The stone rests by your heart, round, even. It prevents reach, and so the room leans toward you with ease. The left palm cups the gentle field. Together, they hold the oval's even note. Order without rules. Belonging without border. Band at the skull. Band at the low back. Level confirmed. Breath goes on, steady and kind. As the door closes, the room of sleep opens. You do not push. You are received. You are safe here. The quiet after. The order sleeps in peace. Their rooms breathe the same slow tide that carries you now. The halls are ribs that learned to be corridors. The floors are packed loam that remember feet and prefer to be bed. Lamps are tones held at a single level. Night lies over all like a shawl woven of pauses. Nothing asks. Nothing answers. Everything agrees. You are part of that peace now. Not added. Recognized. The hum you carry lays with the hum of the rooms until both are one even sheet. Above that sheet, a finer hush arches and then rests. Agreement keeps itself. Jaw lets go again. Tongue keeps the ridge. Throat is the open corridor with no draft. Shoulders release a thin thread that was waiting for this moment. The rope from crown to base hums as one living line. Crown drinks thin clean, night kind. Base holds patient warm, day taut. They meet behind the heart and flatten into the felt fact called here. The body is soft, the mind wide. Soft means not needing edges to hold shape. Wide means not needing walls to know safety. The chest keeps its quiet width like a window set to the gentlest latch. The belly keeps its round like a hearth that learned it could warm by being itself. Hands rest as bowls that learned they could hold by not gripping. The oval between them remains one even note. Order without rules. belonging without border. The small world bends to ease, not because you command it, but because you do not. A blanket finds your shoulders by being the right weight. A pillow fits your neck by remembering length. A quilt of air lies over shins and becomes exactly enough by listening to breath finish and begin. A door that would have clicked chooses to rest closed without sound. A curtain that would have whispered chooses to lie still. The room hears level and arranges itself. The stone waits, warm as skin, round, even, not brighter, truer. In the right palm, it is the right palm. In the left, the soft field keeps its quiet cup. Between both, the oval breathes with you. Circle on inhale, plane on exhale. The wrists wear their smooth bands. The base of the skull rests in its invisible ring. The low back rests in the ring that never tightens. Level holds. The stone prevents reach. And so everything near approaches by not moving. You let go, again and again. Letting go here is not a drop. It is a settling. A thought rises like a small curl above cloth. The next exhale lays it flat, not erased, included. Another thought tries to name the settling. The top pause smooths its letters until the name becomes presence. Presence needs no word. Plans arrive as small stars that do not blink. They find places beside the bed of mind and choose to wait. Memories enter as friendly shadows, cross to chairs that know their shape, and fall asleep. Only the soft hum of being remains. Hum is not sound. Hum is the evenness left when nothing needs to become anything else. You lie in that evenness, the way a leaf lies on still water. The water holds its face. The leaf holds its shape. Both remain themselves. The elder's far yes is a tone so thin it cannot be followed, and so is everywhere. It does not call. It confirms. The order sleeps in peace, and their peace is routine. The habits they keep are small and kind. A jaw set loose, a tongue at the ridge, a throat that stays corridor, a crown that tips a hair toward length, a base that remembers warm. Over, under, over, under. Threads lie flat. Cloth rests without pride, without slack. The weave is what breath does when it is allowed. You are part of that piece now. So the room teaches by not teaching. A wall on your right is firm, then kind. Your skin rests one finger's distance from it and calls that distance belonging. A wall on your left is dusk, then nothing. Your attention rests one finger's distance from it and calls that distance the same name. Above, a lid of night that does not press. Below, a floor that is bed by choice. The four directions meet not at corners, but in the middle where your breath lives. The body is soft, the mind wide, and sleep is the same as being received. The pauses turn into courtyards with open gates. Top room opens to a field of cool spread, thin as a linen sheet. Bottom room opens to a field of warm spread, thick as loam. They trade air without wind. You are in both by not choosing. Inhale begins itself. Exhale finishes itself. The middle becomes the place you prefer because it is everywhere. The small world bends to ease, and you notice how time hears this and answers. Seconds stop wearing shoes. Minutes sit down beside the bed. Hours soften into fabric that drapes over shoulders and stops being counted. Time that used to press becomes background hum, then companion, then part of the weave. The next breath is all of time, and it is simple. The stone waits, warm as skin, and you sense a final smoothing. The band at the skull settles a hair deeper and becomes the skull's own sense of level. The band at the low back settles a hair truer and becomes the low back's own sense of rest. The rope from crown to base hums one long note that is not heard, only felt. Note becomes the bed. Bed becomes note. You lie on neither. You lie in ease. You let go again and again, but there is less to let go of. The room has kept only what belongs. Breath, room, body, field, stone, hum. Names thin and return as presence. Presence thins and returns as sleep. If a question touches the edge of mind, it meets a bell that never rings and is satisfied by the not sound. If an answer tries to rise, it becomes a star that does not blink and chooses to stay. Both are welcome. Neither presses. Only the soft hum of being remains, and in it, a final kindness appears. It is the sense that every place you visited is one place seen in how many ways. Hall, pool, garden, terrace, valley, door, nest, plain, bell, maps, well, room, cloth, arch, flight, stars, island, mirror, gates. Each was breath. Each was pause. Each was the body learning to be carried by what already carries all things. You feel this as a thin clean at crown and a patient warm at base. They meet behind the heart and flatten. Flattening spreads into the whole body and becomes the way sleep opens. The order sleeps in peace. You are part of that peace now. The body is soft, the mind wide. The small world bends to ease. The stone waits, warm as skin. You let go, again and again. The oval holds one even note, then becomes the bed, then becomes the breath, then becomes the hum that remains when nothing needs a name. Only the soft hum of being remains, and it is enough. Breath completes. Breath completes again. The pauses are rooms, with windows open to the same courtyard. You are in all of them, by not choosing. The night holds without press. The floor receives without claim. The air rests without edge. You rest within the resting. You are safe here. Act 3. The settling of the serene mind. The journey becomes rest. Traveling was the word the mind used while it learned the routine. Now the routine wears no word. Breath completes and calls nothing forward. In rises without foam and opens the high window that never needed glass. Out lays itself down without break and spreads a plate of patient warm from navel to hip. The pauses are rooms you live in rather than pass through. You sit in them because sitting is what they are. All gates are open by not being there. Breath gate remains a fact, not a task. Weight gate remains a kindness, not a lesson. Name gate remains a presence so thin it is simply permission. The bands that confirmed level, the smooth ring at the base of the skull, the twin ring across the low back, have become the skull's own sense of level, and the low back's own sense of rest. They are not worn. They are the way you hold yourself when holding holds itself. Flight is simply not falling. You remember hovering palm's height above garden and terrace. Now that height has nothing to do with span or measure. It is the plain evenness of being carried by what already carries all things. The rope from crown to base hums as one living line. At crown, a thin, clean, like dawn above still water. At base, a plate of warm learned from many days. They meet behind the heart and flatten until meeting is no longer an event. It is the tone of being home. Energy is simply warmth that stays. In the room of gentle energy, you watched warmth move like breath in shade. Here, the warmth has learned your name and no longer needs to move to be true. The chest keeps its quiet width like a window set to the gentlest latch. The belly keeps its round like a hearth that does not seek flame. Hands keep their bowl, not from effort, but because bowl is the shape breath prefers when it is allowed. Your name is just calm, not syllable, not tone. The softness that spreads when a hand rests on a shoulder, and neither hand nor shoulder needs to speak about it. The old echo at the edges of sense has thinned into the simple certainty that being here is being you. Recognition requires nothing. You inhale and are recognized. You exhale and remain recognized. The pauses widen a hair and keep that wideness as the new normal. The elder watches, then fades. His yes is dusk laid thin across a courtyard, and dusk, being dusk, becomes night without ceremony, and then morning without schedule. He stands at the edge of your sense, and then stands within it, and then stands nowhere, because everywhere is even. Nothing is taken away. The room keeps his manner, the way cloth keeps warmth after a hand leaves it. The praise is the even tone that remains. The journey becomes rest, and rest becomes routine. Over, under, threads lie flat. The loom's posture, hips heavy, spine easy, jaw loose, tongue at its ridge, throat an open corridor with no draft. The shuttle is breath, circle on inhale, plane on exhale. The cloth is the field itself, order without rules, belonging without border. The oval between your hands keeps down one true note, and then becomes the bed, then becomes the breath, then becomes the hum that remains when nothing needs a name. All gates are open by not being there, and so the small world bends to ease as a matter of course. A door yields, not because you ask, but because you do not. A thought lays flat, not because you press, but because pressing never begins. A cup meets your hand because both hand and cup learned the same patience. Time hears this and takes off its shoes. It walks soft. It sits. It stays because staying is simpler than leaving. Flight is simply not falling. And the body understands this in the quiet way that holds shape without edge. Ankles slack. Knees float without rise. The pelvis remains a good bowl, level and sure. The spine thanks you by remembering length and then forgetting that remembering happened. The brow is cool stone under thin water. Lips meet as two calm lines. Ears listen forward and backward and hear the same hush both ways. That tells you the warp is true. The weft is level. The cloth can carry sleep. Energy is simply warmth that stays, and it stays by doing less, then less again. The stone in your right palm is the right palm, round, even, not brighter, truer. The left palm cups the soft field that followed you through all rooms. Between both, the oval hums one continuous yes. It prevents reach. Reaching wrinkles the cloth. Without reach, the room and the body agree. Agreement keeps itself. Your name is just calm. And because it is calm, it can hold anything that wishes to arrive without turning. If a question touches the edge of mind, the bell that never rings answers by not sounding. The question takes its seat and becomes a small star that does not blink. If an answer tries to stand, the plane with no edges receives it, and it rests as a wider quiet. Both are welcome. Neither presses. You are included by default. The elder watches, then fades, and you keep the gates by keeping nothing. Breath finishes itself. Weight agrees to be kindness. Name thins into presence, and presence thins into the ordinary hum that bodies make when nothing is urgent. The rope from crown to base hums as one living line. Crown drinks thin clean. Base holds patient warm. They meet behind the heart and flatten into the single wordless fact called here. The journey becomes rest. All gates are open by not being there. Flight is simply not falling. Energy is simply warmth that stays. Your name is just calm. The elder watches, then fades. Nothing more to do. You lie in the evenness, the way a leaf lies on still water. The water holds its face. The leaf holds its shape. Both remain themselves. Sleep is the agreement that follows.